Hi, good evening to one and all. I welcome you to the GST Marathon. Today I'll be covering GST right from the very beginning to the entire details with the exam questions. Now I want you to finish 50 marks of indirect tax today itself before you go off to sleep. So you have your GST and you have your customs. For customs, I've already made a marathon which you just YouTube the customs law CS executive. My video will be there. You can cover the entire customs from there, and also the exam questions I've covered for customs. Now, customs comes for around weightage of 10 marks, whereas GST is a weightage of 70 marks. You can complete the entire GST with me right now. Okay. So let's begin with the GST marathon. Just before starting, you need to have your GST book from where you have studied and a book and pen with you. Now, I will tell you what all I have in front of me. I have the entire notes with me. I have the December 2021 paper for GST and I have the June 2021 paper, all of which I will be solving today. The most part, whichever is important, we will be solving together. Okay. And you will be helping me in the MCQs to solve it as well. Now, let's begin. GST is a tax. Tax is a revenue to the government. Now, the taxes in India could be direct and indirect tax. For your examination, direct tax is for 50 marks, indirect tax is for 50 marks. Now, what's the difference between them? It is the administration by whom it is done. Direct tax in India is governed by the CBDT, Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, and indirect tax is governed by the CBIC. I want you to take a note of this. CBIC is the name governing body of indirect taxes in India. One. Second, what do you mean by direct tax? The direct tax is directly levied on the person. Directly you apply the tax on the person. So it's a tax on persons. For example, income tax. Income tax is an example of direct tax. The person who is working hard, who is working in salary, he pays the tax and it goes to the government. So the one who is earning salary is the one paying the tax. But when I talk about indirect tax is a tax which is imposed, that is levied on goods and services. And that's why we have the GST. So GST is a indirect tax. Now, here the one who is earning in direct taxes, we saw the incidence of taxes on the same person. If I am earning salary, I go and pay the taxes. It's from my account, it goes to them. Whereas in indirect tax, it's pretty interesting. The one earning the money is not paying. For example, a business like McDonald's collects the tax from the customer and then pays it to the government. So the customer is indirectly paying it to the government. So that's an indirect tax. So the incidence might be on the seller, but he has a right to recover it from the consumer. There is no shifting of burden of tax in direct tax, whereas you can shift the burden of tax onto the consumer. So business house, as you must have known, whenever you go to buy something, they transfer the burden of tax on us. So customers end up paying the indirect tax. The earning profit is by the company, sellers, but the incidence of tax, the actual burden of tax is borne by the customer. So quickly showing how does it look. Okay, so simple. Indirect tax, the main person pays it to the government, whereas in indirect tax, you pay the tax, the customer pays the tax to the business, and then the business pays it to the income tax or the GST department. Moving forward, we are talking about indirect tax, right? GST. So we told that it is a tax. Indirect tax is a tax on goods and services. So earlier, on service there was a tax called as service tax. Before the GST, there was a tax on service which was called as service tax. I believe all of you all must be knowing, sabko pata hoga, because you are old enough when you would be in the service tax regime as well. Now in goods were divided in two parts. Goods के लिए एक tax नहीं था. For goods there was not one tax. For within the state, if there was sale of goods within the state, VAT used to be levied. If you remember going to the restaurants, VAT used to be levied. If you remember going and buying a clothes, VAT used to be levied. Now, or you buy a laptop, earlier VAT used to be levied if it was intrastate, within the state. But if you did a interstate transaction from one state to another, the central sales tax, the CST, used to be levied. Now the question was, why do we have separate taxes? Why do we have a separate tax for within the state and one for between the states differently? Let's see. Now GST had one concept: all the taxes which were there, indirect taxes, club it into one. So GST said that one nation, we should have one tax, indirect tax. So what did GST do? It subsumed all the indirect taxes which were there. So there were a lot of taxes which the central government was charging, and there were many taxes which the state government was charging. What did GST do? It got merged. All these taxes got merged. The correct law taxation term, it got subsumed under GST. So excise duty, all these excise duty, countervailing duty, service tax, surcharge, these were the central tax which are got repealed, and now we have it under only a tax was levied, which is GST. In state tax, we had VAT, CST, these all the state government used to be levying. Octroi, luxury tax, entry tax, central sales tax, VAT, all of them, entertainment tax was levied by the state government. They also got subsumed. Now in the course, I will be telling which are exam questions and which come in the MCQ as well. Okay, so be tuned. Now question came, why we have some taxes by the central government, some taxes by the state government? Why we had for inter something different, for intra something different? So the answer was our constitution. The Constitution of India under Article 246 read with Schedule 7 divided the powers of the government into State 1, List 1, Union List, List 2, that was the State List, and List 3, which was the Concurrent List. Constitution में powers of the government divide कर दिए थे. That matters enumerated in the list 1, matters stated जो भी list 1 में दिया है, only the central government can legislate, can make the law. In whatever was given in the state list, only the state government can make the law, and in concurrent both center and state used to make the law. So some matters like entry number 82 was given income tax, it was in the central. Entry number 83 was custom duty. Entry number 84 was excise duty, and entry number 92C was all given under the union list. So the central government used to make the law. तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने ही डिवाइड कर दिया था, इसलिए गवर्नमेंट्स अलग अलग चार्ज कर रही थी. नाउ इन लिस्ट 2 you had VAT, entry number 54. So keep a note, take a screenshot of this, they can ask you the number. Entry 82, 83, 84, income tax, customs, excise. This was the entry numbers, and entry number 92C was service tax. Then what happened? Then came that we wanted to, there was in the background, we were always thinking to have a combined tax, a combined indirect tax. So the legislative history, how did GST come, how was the GST born, what all committee was made, who introduced GST, all of that we'll be studying under the legislative history. So we are doing something called as the legislative history. You can mark it as important, it can come in your examination. Okay, so whatever I'm doing, you need to keep a note and finish it with me. Being a MCQ paper, whatever I do now, just by listening and nicely to it, you will be able to attempt the MCQs. Now, it all started by in 2002 by setting up a empowered committee. In year 2000, Vajpayee government set up an empowered committee, and this empowered committee was headed by Dr. Asim Das Gupta. He was the finance minister of West Bengal, to look into the GST model. Till here it is clear. Vajpayee government, they appointed an empowered committee headed by Asim Das Gupta, and they said, see if you can pass something called as GST. Then came a report, okay, the Kelkar report, where the GST was recommended by the Kelkar report on implementation of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Act 2003. Now I'm telling you, MCQ will 110% come from this legislative history. Okay, so one question is sure shot. So let's finish. After Asim Das Gupta, then came the next guy, which was Kelkar committee in 2004, and he said that we should implement. He also recommended GST to be there. Then in April 1st April 2018, there was a budget speech given by P. Chidambaram, who spoke about introduction of GST. Then there was 100, and then the constitution was amended, which shortly we will see what is that. The constitution was amended to bring GST because there were some constitutional hurdles. थोड़े issues थे constitution में जो rectify करने थे. So we had to amend the constitution to bring GST. Now, an exam question they have asked, which was the first state to ratify the bill, the GST bill? So each government also had to agree. So it was Assam Assembly unanimously approved the bill. It was followed by Bihar government. Then coming to the main year was 2017. The matter went up in Lok Sabha. It was introduced in Lok Sabha on this date, and it was passed on 29 March 2017. It was passed in Rajya Sabha on this date, and it received the President's assent on 12th April 2017. So again, this they can ask you in your MCQ, something that you have to pay attention. Okay, and when was the rollout of GST? Means when was GST now become an act? So the answer was in 2017, came into force on 8th July 2017. So this is the backdrop of GST. Then came the constitutional hurdle. Now 101st Constitution Amendment, Constitution में थोड़े changes किए जिसकी वजह से GST introduce हो पाया. So there it was called as the 101st Constitutional Amendment. So why was it needed? Because remember, some matters in the constitution was given in state, some matters were given in the center. So then they said we require one act, it should have been given in the constitution, and both the governments have the power. So we amended and we introduced the article 246A, and it said it gave concurrent powers to the government to levy both goods and services. So what was article? So there are three articles that I want you to remember. Okay, three important articles. Article 246A, Article 269A, and Article 279A. 100% one question comes from here. Okay, so let's see. 246A, what did it say? That earlier how the powers were divided. Article 246A gave concurrent powers to both the center and the state to levy tax on goods and services. Simple words में दोनों ही गवर्नमेंट को बोल दिया कि आप चार्ज कर सकते हो, आप लोग दोनों, कोई टेंशन नहीं है for goods and services. Then came Article 269. I told you three articles I want you to learn. Article 269 said about interstate, when it goes from one state to another state. So understand, 246A spoke about concurrent powers. So there gave concurrent powers both to center and state to levy tax on goods and services. 269A spoke about interstate trade. Interstate trade. Now, when goods were transferred from Maharashtra, let's say there was a person, Maharashtra, and we have in Rajasthan. So what happened is, let's say the supplier is here and the recipient is here. So it becomes an interstate trade. From one state to another, goods will move. So in this case, they said the tax will be levied called as IGST. In this trade, it will be tax will be levied called as IGST, which will be collected. It's an integrated tax. Combined tax will be levied, collected by the central government. So if the tax rate is, let's say, 12%, this full tax will be collected and taken by the central government. The central government in the background will keep 6%, it will keep for the center, and 6% it will give to the respective state government. तो क्या बोला कि जब interstate होगा, the center will take the money, then 50% it will keep and 50% they cannot deposit in the consolidated fund of India. गवर्नमेंट के अकाउंट में नहीं जाएगा, वो रिस्पेक्टिव स्टेट को डायरेक्टली ट्रांसफर कर देना पड़ेगा. तो कौन सी स्टेट रहेगी उसको दे देंगे हम लोग. On and you which state will get will be dependent on the GST principles and law. So in interstate trade, collected by the government and apportioned between the union and states. See, in interstate trade, the tax will be collected by the government, and then in the background it will be apportioned, given half to the union and the state. Where any amount is collected as tax, such amount shall not form a part of the consolidated fund of India. Tax of the state government will be given directly to the state government without putting in the government's pocket, central government's pocket, called as consolidated fund of India. Again, remember this, they can ask you in MCQ, consolidated fund of India. Now comes the GST Council, 110% in, it comes in the exam. I will go a bit slow on the GST Council as well. It has come in the last attempt, it has come in the last attempt also about GST Council. So it's possible that you get a question of GST Council in your exams as well. Now what is the GST Council? Do you read the news? Any update, any amendment is coming from a GST Council meeting. So there is a GST Council meeting, and then they decide that we want to change the rate, we want to change this law, we want to introduce something new. So it's a GST Council that comes. Now who is there in the GST Council? First let's read. Slowly, every point you have to pay attention, okay? So with the insertion of Article 279A, so remember Article 279A, I told you 3 articles I want you to remember. Article 269, 246A, 269A, and the other one is 279A. 279A is your GST Council. Okay. Now 279A. The President has the power to constitute the GST Council. Very first thing, who has the power? I want you all to put in the chat box, who has the power to constitute the GST Council? It is the President of India. It is a past exam question. Okay, so quickly put in the chat box. Next, members of the GST Council. Who will be there in the GST Council? So Article 279A says that it will be a joint forum of the center and the states. So GST Council में both center government के भी representatives होते हैं और state government के भी representatives होते हैं. Okay. Who will be the chairperson of the GST Council? The Union Finance Minister will be there. Okay. The Union Finance Minister will be the chairperson of the GST Council. Then for every state minister who was in charge of the revenue of finance minister of the government, of the central government, will come as a chairperson. Finance minister of all the states will also be there. Okay, and any other experts nominated by each state government as the members. Till here it is clear. So Finance Minister, Union Finance Minister will come here. State Finance Ministers will also be there. Chairperson is sorted. So now I want you all to put in the chat box the exam question. The very first in June 2021, the question that was asked, who can be the chairperson of the GST Council? This was the first question. So who can be the this? It will be the quickly. Who it will be? Inky, Pinky, Pong. So this one, okay? Union Finance Minister. Remember that. I'm moving ahead to the next one. Now, what will the GST Council do? So the GST Council is the supreme policy making body in India. So the GST Council will make recommendations to regarding GST, regarding changes of place of supply and all those things. Clear? All those chapters which are there in GST, on all those, any amendments, suggestions, recommendations will come from the GST Council. Now the next is the quorum. What do you mean by the quorum? Who will the minimum number of people required to initiate a meeting? Minimum, some people should be there. So again, important question. Half of the total number of members of the GST Council shall constitute the quorum. So what is the quorum? At least half of the people who of the total strength should come in the meeting. Only then we can start with the meeting. कम से कम आधे लोग होने चाहिए तो ही meeting चालू होगी. Next, decision of the council. Now decision कैसे लेंगे? Center भी है, state government भी है. There are so many states. How will you decide? So central government's vote. Now pay attention. Don't get confused. The central government's vote will get 1/3 weightage in whatever I'll explain to you in a short time. The central government's vote will get 1/3 weightage, and whatever the states give, whatever percentage the state gives, their votes will get 2/3 weightage. If combining them, there is a 3/4 votes there, then it will be said that the resolution has been accepted. Now what does it mean? First, remember, 3/4 majority votes have come, so we will say that the decision is approved. 3/4 is 75%. Now 75% calculate करने के लिए ये लोग ने 3/4 and 1/3 दिया है. Let me explain to you with the help of an example. This won't come in your exam, but still I'm giving you. So remember that we have one central government and 31 states. Like there are 29 states, but we have also counted Delhi, Pondicherry as states. So therefore the number of states increase. So there are 31 states. Votes, how many are needed? We require 3/4. That is 75% votes to pass a resolution. Weightage of the central government and weightage of the state government. Let's see. Now the central government is there. Central government automatic weightage will be sorted. Weightage has already been given, 1/3 and 2/3 of the states. Now let's see how it is calculated. If central government approved it, so automatically 33% has been come. Okay, already 33% आ गया क्योंकि उसका 1/3 weightage है, उसने approve कर दिया तो हो गया. अब states government की बात कर रहे हैं. State government, 22 states agreed. So 22 divided by 31. If there are total 31 states, 22 states have approved, so we get 70%. Now 70% into 2/3, you will get 43% because ये सबका weightage सिर्फ 2/3 ही है. So you will multiply this, you will get, and accordingly you will come to know that the voting is 80%. So we will say the resolution is passed. This calculation will not come. I have just explained to make you understand. 75% votes are 75% consent आ गया, so then the meeting is passed. So 75% भी कैसे कैलकुलेट करना है? सेंटर ने अगर हाँ बोल दिया तो 33% काउंट हो जाएगा और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का ऐसे कैलकुलेशन करना है एंड जो भी आया उससे इनटू 2/3. I hope it's clear. Then came administration of the GST Council. Now imagine how many companies are there in India, right? Who will handle? There are so many central government, there is a central government, there are so many state government. So who will do the regulation, administration, day-to-day collection and checking and all of those part? So 90% of the taxpayers who are below the 1.5 CR will, their administration is best with the state government. 10% जिनका below है is best with the central government, and taxpayers having, and there are, if there are taxpayers who have a sales turnover of over 1.5 CR, then सब बांट लेंगे. तो if it is up to 1.5 CR, then 90% of them will be with the state government, and 10% administration will be with the central government. However, if it is above 1 CR, above 1.5 CR है, means बड़े बड़े companies है, so administration will be shared. 50% will be managed by the central government and 50% will be managed by the state government. This is clear? Then came settlement of disputes. Another important part is if there is a dispute between the states, or if there is a dispute between the central government and the state government, so then the Gst Council will make a mechanism, will set up a mechanism, will make a solution to adjudicate the dispute, to solve the dispute, to give judgment on that dispute. When a dispute is between the government of India and one or more states, or the government of India or and some states on one side and many others on other side, or when two or more states are fighting. So whenever there is a fight between states or governments, the Gst Council will make a mechanism to resolve the dispute. Now quickly moving ahead to all these other articles which are not that important. Now, just as we remember in the start, I did entry number 82 was indirect tax, entry number 83 was custom. So custom duty is still there. Okay, it is so it's entry number 83. Now, because not all the custom duty taxes have been abolished, custom duty is still there today, and that is why you have a 10-mark customs also. Next is excise duty. Duty of excise on the following goods of manufacture in India. Now, excise duty is not abolished. Excise duty खत्म नहीं हो गया है. Certain few goods जिस पे GST नहीं लग रहा है, so on those goods on which GST is not applicable, they are called as non-GST goods, like petroleum products. उस पे आज भी excise duty and VAT लग रहा है. So, or if you see all this related to fuel, petroleum, diesel, petrol, crude, natural gas, fuel, tobacco, all these products, excise duty is still levied. So it is important, remember this, they can ask you in your examination. I will show you the past exam question of this also. Then comes the state list. In state, again same, the state government shall collect tax on the sale of, again the state government will levy. So as excise duty was, so again pay attention, when certain goods are not levied with GST, then obviously they will come under the old regime, and in old regime there used to be VAT and there used to be excise duty. तो वैसे ही old regime के हिसाब से ही चलेगा. So all this is same. And today if you go for if I don't know any of you all have seen, now all of us we don't drink, but if you go and see someone who's drinking and you see his bill, उस bill पे आज भी VAT लगेगा. Clear? So on alcoholic liquor for human consumption there is VAT levy. Okay, so alcohol is not good for the health. Just a disclaimer. Okay, so alcoholic liquor for human consumption is not leviable with GST. So if it is not leviable with GST, then it continues to be subjected to excise duty and VAT and CST respectively. Interstate CST, इंट्रास्टेट वैट जैसे पहले था, अगर स्टेट के अंदर ही हो रहा है तो वैट लगेगा सेल, अगर एक स्टेट टू अदर स्टेट है तो दिस. नाउ इसके ऊपर भी एग्जाम क्वेश्चन है, सो पे अटेंशन, दे हैव आस्क्ड ऑलमोस्ट इन एवरी अटेम्प्ट विद दिस. ओके, मेनी पीपल डोंट नो. टबैको, very very important. Okay, tobacco related, you all put in the chat box whether having tobacco cigarettes is good for the health or it is a demerit goods or no. is tobacco a demerit goods or no? I want you to put in the chat box. Quickly put in the chat box. Is tobacco a demerit goods, yes or no? Demerit means something which is discouraged by the government. Government doesn't like. We wouldn't recommend to someone. How we say that you have milk, but will you tell anyone have a cigarette, take a smoke, take a drag? Wrong. So that is a demerit goods. It is a demerit. Very, very good. So whenever it is a demerit goods, government is levying tax and tax again. Okay. So in this case, it is subject to GST as well as central excise duty. Okay. So it is levied with GST as well as central excise duty. So if I take you through the past exam question, remember that tobacco both लगता है, GST भी लगता है, central excise duty भी लगता है. Government doesn't want this, okay, and government earns the maximum taxes in cigarettes only. Then comes opium, Indian hemp, narcotics, drugs, psychotropic substances, etc. Now even those, it is a good thing or a bad thing? Drugs, is it good to have weed? Okay, you in colleges you must have seen all of this. It's again merit or demerit goods. I wanted to put whether having drugs, psychotropic substances, it's recommended or not recommended. It's merit or demerit goods. So again, since it is demerit, very, very good. It is demerit goods. So government takes opportunity and charges GST as well as state excise duty. I hope this is clear. So on these goods, government is charging, or in these goods, government is charging both. Okay, is charging both. Very good. Now let me take you through this part of the exam question. Okay, so let's go to the exam question. What they have asked in the past. Okay, and one more very, very important thing I want to take you through is the rate that Gst Council has recommended. Okay, now we are going and you need to answer this. Which of the taxes, I want you all to put what is the answer. Okay, what is the answer? Certain items will still continue to be taxed both under excise duty as well as GST laws. Which is those answer? On which tax will be there both? So this is a past exam question. A, B, C, D. Quickly put in the chat box. So the answer is tobacco and tobacco products. On all the others, it's clearly said that this will be levied, that will not be levied. So tobacco and tobacco products. Clear till here? Now, one more thing I wanted to bring to your notice is about the when I'm talking about GST Council. The GST Council has recommended in the Act the maximum rate of tax. It can't be D because very clearly it is said that it will continue to be, and it is outside the realm of GST. In alcohol, you don't have double tax, okay? It is outside the realm of GST. Continues only VAT and excise only. So pay attention to that. Now, maximum rate of tax or GST that can be levied. What is the rate? Okay, the maximum GST rate that the government can levy. I want you to put in the chat box what is the maximum rate. So if it is CGST or SGST or let's say UTGST, what is the maximum rate? Quickly put UTGST. I want you all to put what is the maximum rate of GST that can be levied. It's a past exam question. It has been asked in finals also. So the rate of tax that is there, I'm waiting for an answer from you. It's a past exam question. Let me take you through. Okay, so put in the chat box what is the maximum rate of tax that can be levied. Here, very good, very good. Okay, so here, what is the highest rate approved by the government and for UTGST? Excellent. So for note it down, it is maximum rate that we can levy in CGST is 20%, on SGST is 20%. This is the maximum. तो गवर्नमेंट को पावर दिया हुआ है बट वो ऑब्वियसली यूज नहीं कर रहे हैं. UTGST also maximum rate is 20%, and IGST is a combined of UT central and state. So कितना होगा? For IGST it is given, it is clearly combination of those two taxes, right? So it will be 40%. So this is the answer. What will be UTGST? It is here. Again, I think they have asked somewhere here. What is the highest rate? Now this is a June last attempt question. What is the highest rate of tax applicable in IGST? So it will be 40%. So quickly let's move ahead. There are three models of tax. The first model, I'll go fast, is a central tax. So now GST is not applied same worldwide. Every country have its own version of GST. So central GST model is applied by countries like China, Singapore, Australia, okay, all of that. Where you go to these countries, you will know only one rate of GST is there. It is not for center and state. Here what happens, entire tax is taken by the central government. So in India, we said that the state government said, no, we will not allow the full tax to be taken by the central government. So generally countries which are extremely centralized, which have a very strong central government like China, they levy this central tax. Then state GST was another version of GST model where they said that state government will only take, central government will not take anything. This is the concept of complete federalism. मतलब states अपना अपना लेंगे, center कुछ नहीं लेगा. Center will say I am big enough, you all take and you all only manage your entire state, take the revenue. So this model of GST is going on only in USA. Now in India, central government will not approve of this model. The next model is a dual GST model where both the government, center and the state will take. So this we have agreed. So this is the central government is also happy and the state government is also happy. Okay. So this is the dual GST model is followed by India. It is also called as the Canadian model. So in Canada, the way it is applied, the same way we apply in India. Now in this also we have concurrent model, where non-concurrent, where state used to take service tax as a tax on services and the center used to take tax on goods. We said no, we want to follow the concurrent dual GST model. So we follow the concurrent, in India we follow the concurrent dual GST model. Means what? The central, whatever is the tax, if the tax rate, let's say if a product has a cost of 10,000 rupees and the rate of C is 9% and S is 9%, okay, so then both central will also get and state will also get that much amount. So both will take half. So both will be happy if the rate, if the GST rate is 18%. So in our model we say central government will get 9% and state government will get 9%. So both are happy and this is how we ended it. Now, which was the first country in the world to implement the GST framework? Exam question, which was the first country? So it was France. France is known for something. French people are known for something. Okay, so they are known for their GST model. So in 1954, okay, it was implemented. How many countries in India today have in the worldwide have implemented? Around 180 countries have implemented VAT or GST in some or the other form. In India, we have introduced GST on 1st July 2017. Till here it is clear, all the points. Okay. Now, whenever this is how the GST laws are in India, pay attention. Okay. Whenever there is a sale within the same state, India में ही sale होगा. So if there is a sale from Maharashtra to Maharashtra, let's say the supplier is in Maharashtra, he has sold the goods to another dealer in Maharashtra. The recipient is also in Maharashtra. So it is a sale within the same state. So in the invoice when you see, you will get CGST and SGST. So within the state, अगर तुम भी कहीं buy करने गए होगे, you also must have gone to buy something. You must have noticed this on the invoice. It's CNS. But when you go and you order something, so if the supplier is from Maharashtra and the recipient is in Delhi, the recipient is here. So it is an interstate transaction. In such case, the entire tax is taken by the central government. In the back end, it gives it to the half of it to the respective state government. And the tax that will be levied is IGST. So we will be studying CGST, SGST law, IGST law. If it is a union territory, then UTGST and one other law which is GST Compensation Cess Act. Okay, so these are all the laws that is there in your syllabus. Now, starting with the GST laws. Before that, let's see if there is any other question which has come in the exam from the past, what we have done now. So a lot of questions. Which of the following product is liable for central excise duty and not for GST? Can you all tell in this it is liable for excise duty but not GST? I want you all to put in the chat box what's the answer for this past exam question. A, B, C, D. Very simple, very good. So the answer is A. So there is a lot of questions from the first part also chapter which people miss to read. Okay. Then excellent. Yes. Okay. So now let's go to the next one. I believe now all the questions from the introduction chapter you will be able to attempt. Okay. And one more thing, remember I told you that while teaching that union territories, there are multiple union territories, but Delhi will be treated as a state. Okay. So Delhi for the purpose of GST is a state. Normally, what is the difference between a state government and between the state and a union territory? State government has its own government and its own parliament. Union territory is dependent on the center. It's controlled by the center. Doesn't have its own parliament. So, union territories are controlled by the central government. Here, Delhi is also controlled by the central government. But for the purpose of GST, we consider it to be a state. So, which of the following provisions of UT GST will not apply on following? So, in Delhi, it will not apply. Clear till here? Now we are starting with the Central Goods and Service Tax Act. Now in your examinations from the sums, okay, sums come from few sections. Section numbers, I am telling you the section numbers, you need to take a note of it and study those properly. And I will cover those sums first, okay. So I am not going to cover every single theory part. Theory is a little easier. I will be covering the sums. So first we start from section number 10. composition scheme. Okay. Then section number 11 is exemptions. This exemption is generally asked in CS final, not for CS executive. Then is your section number 12 to 14. It is your time of supply. Lot of questions in every attempt have come from time of supply sums. Then is your section number 15, that is your value of supply. Sums have been asked from the value of supply. Then is your section number 16 to section number 21. Anyone can tell me which section, which topic it is? Section 16 to 21. It is your input tax credit. Every single attempt there are questions on these, and it will come in your attempt also. Okay. The next, directly after 21, we come to section number 49. 49, that is about payment of tax and ITC distribution. ITC distribution, to whom it will go, etc. Then directly we come after 49, we come to section of 51 and 52. Anyone can put in the chat box which are these 2 points. Section 51 and section 52. That is your TDS and TCS. Sums are there on this also. Then directly you will get questions on the rule number 138. Can anyone tell me which is rule number 138? It talks about a e-way bill. Okay. This is from the Cgst Act. This I am telling you is from the Cgst Act. From IGST Act, there is topic on place of supply. Sums are asked from place of supply. So that is it. So whatever theory you are doing, it's fine. But all these sections you need to do extremely properly, and in all these sections there will be sums. I will be covering most of them, especially the past exam questions as well. Okay, your paper will have 50 marks is indirect tax. If you want to pass tax, out of 50 get 40, you will pass. Okay, in case if your direct tax is not strong, most of the students find direct tax difficult, but indirect tax is very scoring. Okay, so now starting with Cgst Act. Now I'm going at a rapid speed only with the topics which are important from exam point of view and have come for the purpose of sums. Quickly starting. Now I'm just showing one thing. This is a tax invoice. This is a tax invoice. See this, the seller. Now pay attention to what I'm showing you. Okay, the buyer is from Karnataka and the seller is from Karnataka. Can anyone tell me which tax will be levied? This is the invoice. Which tax will be levied? Okay, I'm showing you a real invoice. Both are from Karnataka. It's a intrastate tax. It's a intrastate within the state transaction. So in such case, if you go to see, there will be a tax such as CGST and SGST on it. Okay. Now I will take you to the next invoice. Now this is the next invoice. Very good. The buyer is in Andhra Pradesh and the seller is in Odisha. So two different states. So this is a interstate transaction. On interstate transaction, which tax will be levied? Quickly put in the chat box which tax will be levied when it's an interstate transaction. Your IGST will be levied. So this is how the tax will look. Excellent. Your IGST will be levied. Output tax will be looking something like this. Now let's begin with your Cgst Act. Now I'm directly going to the key provisions of the Act. The most important provision, and you must have heard everyone telling that this is the most important section of your GST. Okay, but then sums don't come. It's a very general, simple little section which people have hyped it. In this section, all the three schedules of GST get hit. Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 3, and there are lot of questions in the exam of theory also which have come. I will cover, and I will, once reading the provision, I will take you to the exam questions and you have to then answer. Okay, so let's start with the scope of supply. Now, in your exam, they can ask which is the taxable event under GST. So, supply is the taxable event under GST. Simple little line. Yes or no? Very simple. If they ask you what is the taxable event under GST, so in every fiscal law, they give you a taxable event. अगर ये हुआ तो tax लगेगा. If this event has occurred, this tax will be levied. Now, why they use the word supply, I'll explain. Very, very simple reason. The reason is due to English. My English is not that strong, but English के अंदर language के लिए ये supply word use किया. देखो, when I use for goods, I can say sale. Yes or no? For goods, we say sale. But for service, can I say sale of service? Is it correct English? No. So the correct word is provision. Provision of service. So we wanted one word, because this GST is applicable to both, right? So we wanted one word जो दोनों में चल जाएगा. So if we use the word supply, whenever there is a supply of goods or service, GST will be applicable. Yes or no? Whenever there is a supply. So due to English reasons, the word supply is a correct term rather than using the word sale or provision, which doesn't apply to both. So whenever there is a supply of goods or service, GST will be applicable. Taxable event will be occurred. Clear till here? Now moving ahead to the definition. Now take a screenshot of this. I believe you should have it in your book written. Section number 7 speaks about scope of supply. What all is included in the definition of supply? Supply में क्या क्या included है? So first, section 7, subsection 1, subclause A, B, C says supply includes. So they have given you 8 different things which we will do now of goods or service. So whenever supply includes goods or service दे दिया तो supply हो गया तो GST लग जाएगा. Next, if I have imported service, import of service is also a supply and GST can be applied. For example, if Netflix is a Netflix, I'm taking the subscription of Netflix. So I am importing service, or I want someone wants to migrate to Australia. They are taking consultation services from someone outside India. So that is a import of service. Abroad है, मैं उसकी सर्विस ले रहा हूँ, तो he is a service provider, I am the service recipient, तो उस पे भी सप्लाई है, GST लग सकता है. And third, all those supplies which are deemed to be supplies given under Schedule 1. Clear? Now what is it? We'll go in detail, but right now at least headings remember 7.1 ABC. Once you determine that it is a supply, once it is कोई भी event अगर supply के definition में आ गई, once it is come under the definition of supply, then we will take it to 7.1A. And then we will say that this is a supply, but is it a supply of goods or it is a supply of service? So then you will have to classify after you come to know that it hits section 7.1, then bring it and say whether it is a supply of goods or it is a supply of service. Till here it is clear. Now why we need to classify goods or service? Because the rate is different, procedures are different, everything is different, a time of supply is different. If it is goods, it's going to be treated differently. If it is service, it's going to be treated differently. So therefore supply हो गया तो भाई क्या है, goods बेचा है कि service? Goods बेचा है तो goods के section लगेंगे, etc. So this is schedule number 2. So now we finished 3 schedules already. Schedule number 1, which is a deemed supply, which government has declared कि भाई ये supply है तो है, consideration लिया है कि नहीं, if you've taken consideration or no, we are declaring it to be a supply. Then schedule 2, schedule section 7.1.2 talks about the negative list, where Schedule 3 gets hit. Schedule 3 has about a negative list. Negative list means all those transactions GST will not be applicable. So if I have done any transaction which is hitting Schedule 3, it will not apply. And Section 7(3) government can notify a few other provisions, etc. So 3 schedules were hit. In exam they can ask you Schedule 1 relates to what? 100% there has been exam questions in every single one. I am going to take you through that also. So Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 3. Schedule 1 is a deemed supply. Deemed supply मतलब declare कर दिया as a supply. Government has said that this is a supply. Sometimes some of the things are on the line, confusing रहता है, पता नहीं लगेगा या नहीं, तो government ने Schedule 1 में डाल दिया, ये है तो है. It's declared by government to be a supply. We will see. Then once you come to know it's a supply, then classify it whether it's a good or a service, and this is a negative list. I hope Schedule 1, 2, 3 is clear. They can ask you in the exam. Moving ahead to the scope of supply in a little more bigger detail. Okay. Now, scope of supply, matlab supply includes all forms of supply. If it is for consideration and it is for in the course of business. Matlab, tell me if I have gone to buy a watch. So I've gone to buy this watch, okay, and this watch I go in Apple store and I buy it. So will GST be applicable? Yes or no? Does it fall under section 7(1)(a)? Yes or no? So let's see. When I went to Apple store, I paid consideration, I paid money. Apple was doing business and it is a form of supply. So all the 3 conditions are ticked. So GST will be applicable. Till here it is clear. Now we are seeing 7(1)(b). Section 7(1)(b) talks about import of service. So if it is for consideration and whether or not for business, it doesn't matter whether it is for business or not. Matlab, now the recipient point of view, think from the recipient point of view. I have taken advice of, I have taken the best example for this is a Netflix subscription. Now I'm sitting in India and I'm saying I want to watch some movies. I like I like to watch movies, serials, etc. For lawyers we have this called as Suits. I want to see that. So what did I do? I took subscription from Netflix. Let's say it's a US based company. So I have to pay money, right? So it was for consideration, some kind of consideration I gave. But am I going to make movies and sell and all of those things? It's not for my business. So it was not for business, but it's given here GST is applicable. 7(1)(b), it should be for consideration and it doesn't matter if it is for your business or no. You've taken it and you paid money, GST is applicable. Next, Schedule 1 items. Schedule 1 items, government is deemed supply. It should be in the course of business. Then it doesn't matter whether you have taken money or no. Whether consideration was taken or no, it doesn't matter, but it should be for business purpose. We will see with examples when we do schedule number 1. Now this is it. I'm not going in detail. Okay, so they've given you section number 7. All forms of 7(1)(a), all forms of supply includes, I think there are these 8 things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. So there are 8 items here. All of this when you've done, it should be for consideration and the furtherance of business GST लग जाएगा. अगर तुमने सर्विस इंपोर्ट की है पैसे दे के you've taken service. For example, I love playing the piano. So I have a piano teacher who's in foreign country. So she's teaching me how to play a piano and I just do it as a hobby. GST is applicable. Okay, because it might not be for my business, but it's clearly said in 7(1)(b) that if you've imported services from abroad for consideration, GST is applicable. Schedule 1 item is deemed supply. Schedule 2 is you have to classify whether it's goods or service, and Schedule 3 is negative list. All schedules we'll be doing in detail. Now, Directly go into schedule number 1. 3 schedules we'll be seeing. Can anyone tell me under which section number is schedule number 1 mentioned? Under which section number is schedule number 1 mentioned? Okay. So if you read section 7(1), okay, A, it says that all that it is applicable. Okay, in schedule 1 items they've given you section 7(1). So deemed supply, schedule number 1. They have given you 4 items, and I'm giving you the code word. I'm giving you the code word also. Perfect. Is TRIP, TRIP, TRIP. Transfer of business assets on which you've taken ITC. P. If it is a transaction between related persons, if it is between principal and agent, and if it is a import of service from a related party. Okay. So T is for transfer of business asset, R is for related party, I is for import of service from a related party, and P is basically for principal agent relationship. In all these cases, it should be for business purpose. Even if these transactions are without consideration, GST will be applicable. GST is applicable. So I say, what? Consideration is 0. Still GST is applicable. Government is saying yes, we are deemed it to be a supply, and if it is a supply, GST will be applicable. Till here it is clear. TRIP. Now the question is, ki bhai, kya hai? What is this TRIP? So understand. I won't go in detail. This is little bit technical also. So I'll quickly just take you from exam point of view. Okay. Now, there is a business asset, there is a business laptop. Now this business laptop I have taken to sell it further. I have some business assets. I have bought it to further sell it. मैंने थोड़े सामान खरीदे, business goods खरीदे कि इसको further बेचूंगा. I will sell it forward. So since I'm a dealer and it's a business asset, government gives me benefit of ITC. एक benefit देती है ITC का. वो benefit ले लिया मैंने. Because government says give him the benefit, he is going to further sell it, and then when he sells it, he will collect and give us GST. Now what happened? I gave this business asset on which I have taken benefit of ITC free of cost. My sister came, picked up a business asset and she went away. So then we will say, listen, it's a business asset. You have given for free, doesn't matter. GST will be applicable. We will assume it's a deemed sale, and whatever you would have given to an unrelated party and the value of the goods, that rate will be applicable. Till here it is clear. कि भाई बिजनेस एसेट है तो बिकना चाहिए. दिस इज ऑल दैट सेइंग. अगर आपने 0 लिया है तो हमें कुछ मतलब नहीं है. हम तो जीएसटी उसकी वैल्यू पे लगा देंगे. आपके ट्रांजैक्शन प्राइस पे नहीं लगाएंगे. वी विल नॉट लेवी ऑन द ट्रांजैक्शन कॉस्ट. इट माइट बी 0. वी विल लेवी ऑन व्हाट इट शुड हैव बीन डन. What was the value of the good? So even if it is ₹0, GST will be applicable, and the value will be taken of the market value of the goods. I gave it. My relative had come in my shop. I have a shop of sweets. मिठाई की दुकान है मेरी. They all came. They said, "अरे आप CS बन गए." They took मिठाई and they went away. It was a business asset. I have claimed benefit of ITC. GST is applicable. When the principal gives the goods to the agent, even if there is no money given by the agent to the principal, GST is applicable. Import of service. I have imported service from a related party. So let me give you an example. If there is Tesla USA, it has given service, technical support services to Tesla India. So can I say this is an import of service? ये तो भाई USA में है, so it's an import of service from a related party. This is the holding company and this is the subsidiary company. So it is a related party. Now Tesla India might not pay any money. It might give ₹0. But what government will say? Listen, if this service you would have given to a unconnected party, disconnected, unrelated party, you would have charged money. We would have got revenue. Now we are not getting revenue, so please give us money. Okay, so we will take on the price. Is trip clear? TRIP clear? Yes or no? 4 things I want you to remember. I will ask you questions. Okay. Now, a very important point. Okay, remember we had done related party includes. So they had given this point if it is a supply between distinct persons or related party. So even employer employee are considered to be related party. So if gifts up to rupees 50,000 per year by an employer to his employee are outside the ambit of GST. Now this is important past exam question. Clear? इसमें क्या सीन है? अगर एक एम्प्लॉयर गिफ्ट दे रहा है एम्प्लॉई को up to 50,000 means up to 50,000 I give him a gift, fine yaar, no GST is applicable. So imagine if this is the employer, he gives gifts to his employees of 2 to 3,000 per year, no GST is applicable. We will not say that if you have got credit and etc. pay the tax. No. Government has given a special exemption between employer-employee relationship. However, if very important, if the gifts of value is more than 50,000 are made without consideration, I give a gift of 50,000, more than 50,000, then bhai GST lagwa do. Then GST is applicable. Clear till here? Is this point clear? Yes. Okay. Then quickly going to the next point, that is your schedule number 2. Now schedule 2 talks about classification whether a item is goods or it is service. After section 7.1, when you find that yes, goods are there, then you come and see under 7.1a whether it is a goods or service. Now it is very simple. Some of the transaction you will be able to say whether it is goods or service. For example, if there is a transfer of title in the goods, title means what? If I transfer the title, means you become the owner, means that it is sale of goods. So it will be treated as a supply of goods. But the same goods, I give it to you without transfer of title. कि भाई इतना use करके दे देना, use it for some time and give it back to me. Then it will be treated as a service. For example, my car, I sold it to you. So it will be treated as a sale of goods. But if my car, I rented it out to you. So it is a transfer of goods without transfer of title. Okay. It will be treated as a service. Now I'm going to take another few important points, treatment or a process. So if imagine I have gone for a hair spa, girl has gone for beauty parlor treatment. So it's a process. If you see all this in marriages, it is a multiple processes that happen. So this is treated as a service. Again, a car you go for painting, etc. Goods, job workers are there. Very simple part. I'm directly going to take you to what comes in the exam. Renting of immovable property is treated as a service. Now construction of a flat. Let's see what is this part. Okay, construction of a flat. When you go to buy a flat, GST is applicable or not applicable? Quickly tell me, if you go to buy a house, GST will be applicable or no? So then there are certain conditions that listen. If the OC is received, occupation certificate aa gaya, or people have started residing inside, that means it is now a ready property, constructed property, GST will not be applicable. But if it is a under construction property, construction ho raha hai property ka, then it will be treated as a supply of service, because construction activity is a service given to you. So again, construction of a complex building, civil structure, etc. will be treated as supply of service. However, except if the entire consideration is received after the issuance of completion certificate or its first occupation, whichever is earlier. तो या तो OC या तो occupation, दोनों में से जो भी पहले हुआ, whichever happened first. Let's say this is the date X, okay, this was, I have to first find which one was earlier. So let's say it was date X. If I have got, so on this date I got, let's say, completion certificate. So if the entire consideration was taken after this date, so consideration was taken here, then we will say that boss, completion certificate was already issued, consideration was after, so that no GST. Simple line. कंप्लीशन के बाद में हुआ तो नो जीएसटी, बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली कंप्लीट हो चुका है. अभी क्या कंस्ट्रक्शन कंप्लीट हो गया, सो ओनली जीएसटी विल नॉट बी एप्लीकेबल on such goods. So only on under construction property it will be applicable. Okay. Now coming to your schedule 3 items. Now schedule 3 items are those items from which have been kept outside the purview of, means on which GST will not be applicable. So let's see which are those items given. Services given by the employee to employer. It's covered under the direct tax. So employee giving that, so it's salary, right? So outside the GST, when courts give any kind of service, parliamentarians give any service, funeral, burial services, all of this there will be no GST. This is your schedule number 3. Okay. Now sale of land, no GST. Obviously we saw land is immovable property and GST can only be applicable on movable or service. Then again they've given you 2 items, not important from executive point. Okay. So now we are done with section number 7. We will be going to section number 8. So supply is defined under section 7, which gives you the scope of supply, and section number 8 talks about composite and mixed supply. 110% in every attempt they have asked about composite and mixed supply. So let's begin with composite and mixed supply. Section number 8 talks about composite and mixed supply. Let's understand what is this. First, composite and mixed supply both come in cases where in one transaction both multiple supplies are made. So then the question comes up कि कौन सा rate लगाएंगे. For example, let's take this air ticket. ये air ticket है. Air ticket is one transaction. You paid 1 lakh rupees to go to USA. So USA की one way ticket निकालोगे 1 lakh है, तो 1 lakh I paid. In this I got travel services also and I got food also. So there are 2 supplies in one price. Supply of food which has a different rate and supply of travel which has a different rate. So question comes up, which rate of tax should I take on this 1 lakh rupees? Because दो अलग अलग रेट आ रहे हैं ना, दो अलग अलग चीजें हो रही है इसमें. Let me give you another example. If you buy a television, there is a separate rate for remote. Let's say remote पे 28% है और television पे 15% है. When I buy the television, I get the remote also, and all of this I've got it at one rate. The price I got it at 1 lakh. Now question comes, which rate should I take? Should I take the rate of what is applicable to the TV or to the remote? So in one supply there are multiple things happening, so we don't know which rate to take. So the answer is given under section number 8. Whenever you have composite or mixed supplies, you will which rate to be taken. So we will see which rate is to be taken. Okay, even another example, you buy this combo pack. Let's say I buy this combo pack for rupees 200. Now on each item there is a different rate. So 200 पे किसका rate लूँ, कौन सा rate लूँ? So that answer is given under section number 8. Now let's see section number 8. What does it talk about? First, let's understand what is the meaning of composite supply. Okay. Now composite supply means when two or more supplies are given together for a single price and they are naturally bundled, मतलब वो natural course of business में दिया है, okay, then they are called as composite supply. A supply to a recipient consisting of two or more taxable supplies which are naturally bundled. Naturally bundled मतलब they go along with each other. मतलब प्लेन में जाओगे तो खाना देंगे ना, अगर 9 घंटे की फ्लाइट है तो they will give you food. So it is understood, it is done in the industry practice, it's a common thing. They are both connected, you cannot disconnect. मतलब when you have, let me give you an example, अगर rupees 1 lakh you paid for the flight ticket, okay, air ticket, now in that you also got food. Is it separable? Can I say मेरे को खाली खाना दे दो, flight ticket नहीं चाहिए? They will say not a possible. They all go naturally hand in hand. Another example is when we buy any equipment, they give it with service warranty. They naturally go with each other. When I buy a torch, they give the batteries with it. So all these things is common, is natural to give it together. So composite supplies are all those supplies which make sense to give it together. मिक्स सप्लाई क्या होता है? देयर आर टू और मोर इंडिपेंडेंट सप्लाईज गिवन टुगेदर. मतलब जरूरी नहीं कि एक साथ जाने चाहिए. यू हैव आर्टिफिशियली क्लब्ड इट, दे आर नॉट नेचुरली लिंक्ड टू ईच अदर. मैंने क्लब करके दे दिया. So then what rate will be there? So mixed supply is you only created a mixture. So in mixed supply is when two or more individual supplies, see the words they have added, individual supply, जो ऊपर नहीं था, individual मतलब independent थे वो, have been given together for a single price, then and does not constitute a composite supply, then it will be treated as mixed supply. So यहाँ पे if I give this thing, all have different rates, they don't have necessarily have to be given together, so then that is a mixed supply. अब question आता है कि भाई composite में कौन सा rate लगेगा और mixed में कौन सा rate लगेगा. Okay, so let's see. So the taxability on composite and mixed supply is given under section number 8. So section number 8 talks that कौन सा rate लगेगा. So a composite supply which is comprising of two or more supplies, one which is the principal shall be treated as the principal supply and the rate of the principal will apply. In mixed supply what will happen? The highest possible rate will be taken. अब देखो मैं सिंपल सा समझाता हूँ. composite supply में two or more supplies होते हैं. So whichever is the principal supply, जो भी main element है, predominant element है, वो लगेगा, वो rate लगेगा. For example, if I am going in the flight, I am taking a air ticket. Okay, this is a air ticket. Air ticket में travel cost, travel भी है और food भी है. अब travel पे 28% है और food पे 6% है. Which rate will be applied on the air ticket of rupees 1 lakh? Quickly put, which rate will apply? For one transaction like a air ticket, you are getting two supplies, traveling and food. Both have different rates. Which rate will be pick up? It is a composite supply, they naturally go with each other. So whichever is the rate of the principal will apply. So the rate of the principal supply will apply. दोनों में main element कौन सा है? Travel. So this is the principal supply. So the rate of 28% will apply. Obviously तुम plane में बैठे हो तो खाने मिल रहा है. You are sat in the plane, so you are getting food. You are not sitting in the plane for food, right? So you are traveling and you are getting food. So the food is the ancillary thing. ठीक है, तो खाने के लिए तो प्लेन में नहीं बैठे हो ना तुम. So food is the ancillary one. Mixed supply क्या होता है? They are artificially bundled, need not have been supplied together, but they have been supplied. So in that case, we will take the highest possible rate. So let's go to examples. What has been given in the past exam question? Okay. So I'm taking composite supply, and you all need to answer which one it is. Okay, mixed or Mixed supply or composite supply. Now this is the last attempt question. This is June 2021 attempt question, and I want you to put in the chat box. Saundarya sold product A, B, C as a mixed supply. If it was sold separately, it would be 5% on this, 12% and 28% respectively. What rate of tax would be if they are supplied together? Quickly put in the chat box. Section number 8 said that whenever there is a mixed supply, the highest possible rate will be taken. So in this case, very good, we will take 28%. Okay. Now there are other questions also on composite and mixed supply. Let's see if it is in this paper. Okay. Now this is in December 2021 last attempt paper. Now from here you need to answer which one it is. Okay. A supply made by a taxable person to a recipient consisting of two or more taxable supplies which are naturally bundled with each other in the ordinary course of business has been defined to mean which thing? Put in the chat box. EBC. This is your June 2021 December 2021 question. Very good, very simple. Answer is composite supply, section number 8. Very good, perfect. Now this is another question in December 2021. As per the provisions of CGST, supplying goods comprising of two or more individual supplies. Moving they use this word individual supply, which are deliberately bundled by a tax for the purpose of a single price, attracts the highest tax rate, is within a package, is called as which tax? Called as a mixed supply. This is your December 2021. Clear? So there were two questions and both you all are answering so well. Who have taught you so well? Now coming to your section number 9. Now section number 9 is the charging section. I'll be going quick here. Okay, because though it is important, very important, but in exam not much questions are asked. Section number 9 is the charging section. So in every act they have in every fiscal law they have a charging section कि ये tax कब लगेगा and giving the power. So we have 5 subsections here. We have 5 subsections. Section 9, subsection 1, subsection 2, subsection 3, 4 and subsection 5. Subsection 1 talks about GST rate on intrastate supplies. Whenever it is there, that tax will be levied on intrastate. 2 says that on petroleum products, it will be notified कि petroleum products पे GST कब लगेगा. 3 and 4 talks about RCM, reverse charge mechanism. In RCM, both of them is about RCM. In RCM, the recipient is liable to pay tax. Recipient is liable to pay tax. Normally, forward charge is there, means supplier is liable. But all those things mentioned under section number 9.3 and 9.4, they have given you a list. The recipient is liable to pay tax. In this, they have given you notified supplies. They have given you a notification for goods and a notification for service. On this, the tax will be levied on reverse charge basis. That means the recipient will pay the tax. Here, when an unregistered person supplies goods to the registered person, then we are telling the registered person कि you only give him the value. GST you pay to the government. GST you pay to the government because this guy is not registered. So in RCM for 9.4 what happens? Unregistered person is supplying the goods, so obviously unregistered person is not registered, so he will not be able to pay the tax. So the recipient is liable to pay the tax. And 9.5 gives e-commerce operators for services come under this category. Okay, so if I just have to explain e-commerce operators also they've given you. So notification has been given that notification number 17/2017 that the tax on intrastate supplies shall be paid by the e-commerce operator. So whenever intrastate supplies are there, it will be paid by the e-commerce operator as if it is the supplier. See here. In 9.5, they have said that the tax shall be paid by the e-commerce operator as if it is supplied to it, and it will be deemed that the e-commerce operator is the supplier. Matlab, there is a e-commerce portal, online portal, okay, and here there is a supplier and here there is a recipient, okay. So recipient wants to take the service. Now this is a service portal, so the recipient will make payment here, to the e-commerce operator. So who is liable? This is the supplier, but law is putting the tax. He is the deemed supplier. He is the deemed supplier, and the e-commerce operator is liable to pay GST to the government department. Okay, so he will be the deemed supplier and all the provision, because tax तो इसके साथ ही जा रहा है, तो इसकी स्टेज में ही कलेक्ट कर लेती है गवर्नमेंट. Okay, they've given. Now they have given you some times that if the supplier is a registered person, then you can give him the tax, etc. Now in Ola, Uber, etc., everywhere, if you go to see in Ola, Uber, the e-commerce portal is paying the tax, not the taxi driver. So even if I give you an example of this, the best example is of Uber, Ola cabs. Okay, so this is Uber, Ola are not the ultimate suppliers, right? The driver is here. So the Ola, the tax is paid by us to Ola Uber. Ola Uber is required to get registered with the GST department and pay the tax, and not those drivers individually. Now moving ahead to the next part. To section, yeah. So they've given you this part, okay. This is the reverse charge on goods. So they have given you very simple. You can apply your mind and you'll come to know. If the supplier is a farmer, will we put that the farmer should get registered, and the farmer, if he doesn't pay, we will put penalty? So answer is no. So in all these cases, we tell the recipient is liable to get registered, liable to pay tax to government directly. So this falls under RCM. Farmer, okay, who is dealing against silk yarn, a farmer, manufacturer of silk yarn, agriculturist. Then when it comes to lottery also, lottery distributor is the recipient and government is the supplier of lottery. If you go in Goa, the Goa government does lottery business. So even there are certain states which have state-run lotteries. So they are the supplier of lotteries and they are the lottery distributor. So liability to pay the GST is on the distributor, has to go and pay to the GST department. Okay. Again, any used vehicle, confiscated vehicle. So when government seizes any goods, we have seen in customs, we've seen anytime the goods have got confiscated. So then, and the government sells it to any company, registered person, then the registered person is liable to pay the GST to the government. Clear till here? Then they've given you examples of reverse charge mechanism where the recipient is liable to pay the tax. Okay, now we will see those provisions of your which all have come, okay, with respect to this. Let's see if we can answer this. Which of the following will be treated as a deemed supply of goods? Can anyone put in the chat box? This is your December paper. Which of the following will be treated as a deemed supply of goods? So obviously we had seen deemed supply is given in your schedule 1. The code word was trip. Related person, so employer, employee, this will come here. Okay, so it's your A. Very good. Then if I again see any other question, if it is there, which we can answer. Okay, which of the following does not fall within the category of supply of service. It does not fall within the supply of service. So if you see services by the High Court, okay, does not fall here. Okay, services by the High Court, it is specifically exempted in schedule number 3, right? In all these cases, it will be treated as supply of service. So leasing is also there. So it comes renting of movable property. Then if we see further, any other questions? Which shall not be treated as a deemed supply. Deemed supply is schedule number 1. Okay, they've given you 4 things. Can you put it from here which is not a deemed supply? This is all past exam questions that we are solving, June 2021. Can you all put in the chat box? C. Okay, which is not. So we have trip. Okay, services from which one is it? Can you all put? Supply from principal to agent. So it is a deemed supply. Import of service from a person outside India, covered. Permanent supply by ITC has been availed, covered. So the answer is D. Services from an employee to employer are not covered under the definition. It's in schedule 3. Okay, so 2 questions have come in June 2021. So we're solving all. Okay. Then also if we see the December 2021, what are the questions? India is one of the biggest tax reforms. It is a comprehensive tax. Now see, understand, GST is a destination based tax and it is level at all India level, right? So the answer is it is a destination based national level tax. India has adopted the dual GST model, okay, which concurrently charges equally as CNI, CNS, SNI, both A and C. Which is the answer? So again, obviously the answer is they charge CNS. Clear till here? CNS. So dual GST model. So many questions have come from what we have just done. In every attempt, these easy questions are also there. The uniform policy recommended by this e-way bill. Okay, so this is e-way bill. So after we'll be done, then we'll be left with only the GST sums. Composition levy, multiple questions. I think you can answer this also. Schedule number 2. So schedule 1, 2, 3 all we've done. So schedule 2, find and which out of the following activities is a supply of service. Title is ownership, transfer of title again ownership, transfer of title again ownership, permanent disposal of assets. Title and under agreement passes on a future date without transfer of title. So whenever it is without transfer of title, it will be treated as a supply of service. Is this clear? So this is also a December 2021 question. Then lot of questions on section number 10, which is the next one. Okay, import of service under GST is to be treated as a dash tax and is to be charged under this. So can anyone answer this? This is your December 2021. What is the answer in import of service? Giving you all time, answer. See, understand, this is coming from, I'll tell you where. We have done this. Remember this table, reverse charge. This notification, they have asked you one question, reverse charge mechanism. That if it is from an establishment outside India. Okay, so I'll explain. This comes under reverse charge. So if the supplier is here outside India in USA and he is providing services to a recipient in India, let's say this is a business entity, okay, this is a business entity. So does it make sense for us, the recipient, to pay the GST to him and expect that he comes and pays to the government? Obviously, why go like this when this guy is here? If he doesn't pay, we can't go in another country to take the tax. So what do? We tell this person, that the recipient, that see, listen, you pay us directly the tax. And since it is any transaction outside the state, whether it be outside the country also, will be treated as a interstate transaction, and it will be coming under reverse charge mechanism. I hope this point is clear. This is why I'm telling you, because a question has come on this. Import of services to be treated as a interstate supply and will be subject to the IGST on reverse charge. Is this clear? Common sense, na? If a business here is taken like, I'll give you an example. We are also have a company. So our company have also taken services from Amazon Web Server, AWS. Okay, even our classes and our lectures which are there, they are all stored in a server. We've taken services from the Amazon Web Server. If you check, you'll come to know. So we are a business unit here. So we are a business. So the GST we have to pay directly to the government of India. To the government, GST goes to the GST department directly. So this is under, with the recipient, we have to pay the GST under RCM, and the tax that we will pay is IGST, since it is a interstate transaction tax. Okay. Moving ahead to further, any points if it is there to explain. Okay, so that is it for till here. Now we are going to section number 10. Now we'll be starting with section number 10, multiple questions on composition scheme as well. Okay, so we will start with composition scheme. There are a lot of questions on composition scheme, but we'll just take a breather. We will take a 15-minute break and come back. 15-minute break and come back. Okay, so let me tell what time do we return. We can return back at 7:15. Okay. So 7:15 is fine. We can return back at 7:15 p.m. Then we start with composition scheme and then we'll go into the time of supply questions. Okay, so a short break and then we come back. Am I audible to you all? We start now. Just require your confirmation before we start and continue. Easy. Am I audible? Okay, great. So let's start and continue and finish it off. Let me just keep the composition questions ready. Okay, composition level. This is your okay. So now we begin with the composition scheme. Now this scheme is a composition scheme is a scheme for small dealers. Small dealers who do not exceed a particular turnover or whose business is up to a certain limit only, then to tell them to follow all the GST provisions, to maintain all records, etc. is very cumbersome to them. Procedurally it is costly. छोटे डीलर्स को जीएसटी लॉ फॉलो करने के लिए बहुत एक्सपेंसिव लगता है प्रोसीजरली टू एम्प्लॉय समवन हु विल मेंटेन ऑल द परचेज इनवॉइसेस एक्सेट्रा. इसलिए एक स्कीम बनाया है स्मॉल डीलर्स के लिए और एक ऑप्शन दिया हुआ है. वन ऑफ द ऑप्शन इज कॉल्ड एज कॉम्पोजिशन स्कीम. Small dealers have two options. One is to opt for the regular scheme or they can go for the composition scheme. In the regular scheme, we tell them normally, which is applicable to regular dealers, we tell them pay at the regular rates. Whatever rate, you can claim whatever tax you have paid earlier, you can take a credit of that, set off you can take, pay the GST and also maintain all your purchase invoices, all the records you need to maintain. Now small dealers who do not have much manpower would prefer something different. So for them we have something called as a composition scheme. In composition scheme we tell them that you pay at reduced rate. So they will become very happy. They will pay at a reduced rate called as a special rate made for them called as a composite rate. However, there are some conditions apply there where they won't get certain benefits as well. So we will see what is the entire scheme in totality. Composition scheme, first let me tell you, is a short exam question. 110% in your exam you will see at least 1 to 2 MCQs. Okay, now let's see. Your composition scheme has 5 subsections. Section 10 subsection 1, subsection 2, subsection 2A. This has been newly introduced and therefore there is a chance that they ask a question on it. Then you have section 10 subsection 3, subsection 4 and subsection 5. Till here it is clear. First we'll just try to learn the sections. First is subsection 1 talking about eligibility and the rates. So who are the dealers who are eligible to opt in this scheme? Then talks about non-eligibility. Those who are not eligible to opt for this scheme is given under 10 subsection 2. Then 10 subsection 3 is newly introduced. 10(2)(a) is a composition scheme for small service providers. So especially for service providers there was not any provision earlier. Now they have become very happy because for them also composition scheme is now applicable, which it was not applicable. Earlier composition scheme was designed only for goods and those who were dealing in goods. Now with section 10(2)(a) even you have composition scheme for service providers as well. Then came, when does this scheme and this option lapse? Nothing can always be forever. So when will this scheme come to an end? You will see that is given in 10 subsection 3. Subsection 4 gives you disadvantages of the scheme. When this scheme is not applicable. Okay, what are the disadvantages and drawbacks of this scheme? And then comes the penal provisions, that if you try to act smart or try to violate any of the provisions, you will have penalties. Clear till here? So 1, eligibility; 2, non-eligibility; 2a, service providers; 3 is about when this benefit will lapse; 4 is a disadvantages; and 5 is a penal provisions. Now, first talking about the eligibility, who can opt for this composition scheme? So, composition scheme, they have given you something like this. Now, this has been amended. Those dealers who have an aggregate turnover of not exceeding 1.5 crore may opt for the composition scheme. So, that means if I am a dealer and I have a turnover of up to 1.5 crore, means 150 lakhs tak hai, so I can offer composition scheme. Now you put in the chat box if my turnover is exact 1.5 crore, can I offer composition scheme or no? Because sometimes they have asked in the exam, the turnover is exact 1.5 crore. So can he opt or no? I want you to put in the chat box. If a dealer has a turnover of 1.5 crore exact, can he offer composition scheme? Above 1.5 crore not allowed, but up to 1.5 crore allowed or not allowed? Read the provision, it is there in front of you in the screen. What do you think? It is allowed or not allowed? Very good. So composition scheme is allowed because it is not exceeding. So if a registered person whose turnover is not exceeding, so if it is 1.5 crore, he can opt because it is not exceeding, right? So he can opt for composition scheme. Then, however, the aggregate turnover shall be 75 lakhs for some special category states. So for some states, we have reduced the limit from 1.5 crore, we've said 75 lakhs. So that is Arunachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim, Tripura. However, in Assam, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, the turnover limit shall be 1.5 crore. Clear till here? So these northeastern states are there. For them, the limit is 75 lakhs, and for everyone else, it is. So just remember, for everyone else is 1.5 crore, but any of these states, for these 8 states, it will be 75 lakhs. So now let's come to an exam question of composition scheme. Okay, I need you to tell the answer what it is. Composition scheme. Here, this is the exam question of last attempt, that is June 2021, and I want you to put in the chat box what is the answer. For a trader trading in the state of Uttarakhand, the turnover limit for supply of goods to opt for composition scheme is, what is the answer? A, B, C, D. Turnover limit for someone in Uttarakhand. What is the answer? So Uttarakhand is the very first thing given. So therefore the answer will be 75 lakhs. Very, very good. You all have got it correct. So this kind of question can come. Moving forward, when you all have so beautifully answered, let's go to the rates of tax. The rate of composition tax. A composition supplier may opt for this rate. Manufacturer, the rate is 0.5, 0.5. Collectively, it is 1%. Restaurants, it's 2.5, 2.5, 5%. And for other suppliers who are not following, who is not a pure manufacturer or a restaurant, maybe I am a who is trader. For me, it is 0.5, 0.5, but 1% of the taxable supplies only. So again, pay attention. What are the rates? 1, 1 and 5. Restaurant 5, rest it is 1. However, for manufacturer and trader, there is one small difference. 1% तो है, but 1% किसका? For manufacturer, it is 1% of the total turnover, including taxable as well as non-taxable. Whereas for trader, it is 1% of only taxable. So in the chat box, you tell me benefit for whom it is beneficial. Manufacturer के लिए beneficial है या trader के लिए beneficial है? 1% of you want of total turnover to pay tax, or you want to pay 1% of only taxable turnover? It is beneficial for whom? Manufacturer or supplier? Put in the chat box. Quickly. Very good. So it is beneficial for the trader. Manufacturers are very rich. For them, we have said you pay of the total turnover, including a taxable and non-taxable supplies. For trader, it is beneficial. So in the sums, remember when they ask you GST sums, then 1% you have to take of taxable turnover if it is a mixed supplier, but if it is a manufacturer, you will take 1% of total turnover. ये लोगों क्या बोला कि भाई आप कुछ कैलकुलेशन मत करो, 1% इसका डायरेक्टली टर्नओवर का सेल्स अमाउंट का निकाल के भर दो. We will see. Now coming to few notes. Okay. Threshold limit for mixed suppliers. When we saw this other suppliers, the third category, to avail the service, इनके लिए further threshold है. There is one more threshold. See, composition scheme was designed mainly for composition dealers. Okay, for goods, supplier of goods. So they said ठीक है, अगर थोड़ा बहुत सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर रहे हो तो चल जाएगा. If you are providing minuscule service, it is allowed. So minuscule service means what? Not exceeding 10%. If it is up to 10% your service, total service, then you can take the benefit of composition scheme. For example, when you go to a shop like Quorum, you buy a laptop. They are dealers of goods, but with laptop they also give extended warranty, service, little bit service they give, EC servicing, those basic installation services they give, but the service element is very less. So if the service element is less, we will allow you this benefit. So what they have given, services can be supplied up to a value of not exceeding 10% of turnover or 5 lakh rupees, whichever is higher. So if a service provider is providing services above this limit, if there is a dealer who is providing services above this limit, he is not eligible for composition scheme. Again, I'll repeat how it is. So if there is a supplier, he is a mixed supplier. So he is supplying goods also and he is supplying services also. If he is supplying, he promised total sales, 95% is goods and 5% is services. Can he opt for composition scheme? Yes or no? Quickly put in the chat box. Can he opt for composition scheme? Yes or no? So the answer is he can. Why? Because he is providing services up to 10%, not exceeding 10%, so he can opt. But if I tell you that this is 15% and this is 85%, that means he is providing services up beyond 10%. So he becomes ineligible. So they have given you calculation. They have given you 5 lakh amount also. You can compare whichever is higher. You get that limit. Within that limit only he has to be there. Only then he can opt for composition scheme. Now going to the next one is ineligibility. Now all these people are ineligible. They will given you 5 categories who are ineligible for composition scheme. One is supplier of services other than what we have seen above. The restaurants are allowed and those who are falling up to 10% are allowed. Apart from them, any supplier of services are not allowed. Non-taxable goods not allowed. Interstate outward supplies, so those who make from one state to another, not allowed. So interstate supply is not allowed, but interstate purchase is allowed because it is not given in the exception. Then those who are supplying goods through e-commerce operators not allowed, and those who are manufacturers of notified goods, such as they've given you ice cream, pan masala, tobacco, and manufacturers and suppliers of irrigated goods. So all these people cannot opt for composition scheme. So non-taxable, supplier of services, e-commerce operators, manufacturers of ice cream, pan masala, tobacco, and irritated waters cannot opt for composition scheme. So tell me, this child should be happy or sad? Is ice cream allowed and is composition benefit given to ice cream manufacturers of ice cream? Yes or no? Answer is no. So obviously he got a shock of his life that ice cream is not there. Then coming to this part, so no restriction on purchase of interstate supply. So he can purchase. It was restriction on supply. Interstate supply is not allowed. All or none rule. All or none rule. What does it say? That if a company can have multiple presence in states, can have multiple branches, they are all called as distinct persons. So McDonald's Maharashtra and McDonald's Delhi and McDonald's Uttar Pradesh, McDonald's Goa, they are all there. They are all having the same PAN. They will all have the same PAN number, but they will all have different GSTN numbers, because GSTN number has to be registered for each state. So there could be 4 GSTN numbers but one PAN. Can one branch opt for composition scheme and other opt for regular scheme? The rule is all or none. Either all opt for composition scheme, all the entities in the states, distinct persons opt, or none will opt. So if, for example, this is there and this I'm saying this is in Maharashtra, this is in Goa, this is in Uttarakhand or Uttar Pradesh, and we are talking about Kerala. Okay, now these are all 4 different states. That means I will have 4 GSTN numbers, but always, since the company is the same, so I'm talking about, let's say, Hindustan Unilever, it might have 4 states. So it will have, they are present in 4 states, so they will be registered in each state and they will have 4 GSTN numbers, but they will always have one PAN, right? Okay, so this is it. Now in this case, if Maharashtra opt for composition scheme, then others also have to opt. If one opt for regular scheme, then everyone will have to opt for regular scheme. Different, it will not apply. So if anyone is opt for regular scheme, others also cannot opt for composition scheme. Okay, now this is it. Then if one person opt for normal scheme, others will also be ineligible to opt for composition scheme. So let's see this particular part. Composition scheme, what is that other part? Composition. So we go in the last attempt. Composition scheme. Here. Yes, they can. Okay. A registered person can opt under composition levy only in respect of one out of 2 business units. A registered person can opt for composition scheme only in one out of two business verticals having the same PAN. Is this statement correct or not correct? So can business vertical mean business segments. So let's say talking about ITC. ITC are there in hotel industry, and ITC is also there for cigarettes. So this one company has two business verticals. Okay, so this could be in Maharashtra, and this could be in Maharashtra also, or it could also be in some other place. So we can have a separate presence altogether. So even classes, classes can have CA and CS. So CA is a separate business vertical, CS is a complete separate vertical. A registered person can opt only in one respect out of two or more business verticals having the same PAN. So what is the answer? Put in the chat box. So this is your December paper. Okay. So a registered person can opt for composition scheme only in respect of one out of two business verticals. So can he opt for any one, and for the other he cannot opt? Answer is no. He can opt for both now. Obviously this is one PAN only. So it's these are in two different states. What did I say? He will have to opt for both together. Na? He cannot opt for one and for the other he can do something else. So a registered person can opt only in respect of one out of two. ऐसा थोड़ी है all or none. जाएंगे तो सब इसमें जाएंगे या तो कोई नहीं जाएगा. So the answer is no. That is incorrect statement. A business having the same PAN, like HUL, will be either in composition scheme or it will not be in composition scheme. You cannot say for one unit I want a composition scheme, for the other unit I don't want. Okay, let's see. Let's go to the ahead. Now coming to composition scheme for small service providers. Now again a new section has been introduced, section 2A, for small service providers, where service providers up to aggregate turnover up to 50 lakhs, they say ठीक है यार, up to 20 lakhs से ऊपर GST भरना था normal rate पे, benefit दिया up to 50 lakhs. You don't pay at the normal rate, pay at a flat rate of 6%, 3% C and 3% S. Okay. If he is not, so these are the disqualifications given, the disqualifications. If it falls under this category, the person cannot opt for composition scheme as a service provider. Till here it is clear. So anyone engaged in making any supply which is not leviable under tax. तो अगर टैक्स ही नहीं है तो काई को रजिस्टर हो गया अगर अंडर दिस 10(2)(a). Not leviable to tax, then get lost, don't come here. He is engaged in interstate outward supply. So interstate he was not allowed there also, it's not allowed here also. Engaged in making any supply through an e-commerce operator. So same points they have given. Manufacturers of those notified goods we've seen, and a casual taxable person and a non-resident taxable person. All these people are ineligible to opt for the composition scheme under 10(2)(a). So let's see the exam question framed on this. Okay. Now you need to tell me what is the answer. Section 10. Okay. Section 10 contains the provisions regarding composition levy. Section 10(2)(a) enhance the scope from the following: who cannot opt for composition scheme despite the enhancement of scope. So you tell a salon stylist, supplier who is not leviable with tax, manufacturer of furniture, ice creams, and casual taxable person. So if you go to see who all have been given in the disqualification, so who is not leviable under tax. So this guy who is not leviable under tax is given, so he cannot opt. Then you have given ice cream, manufacturers of those notified goods. So we had seen ice cream one could not do, and also casual taxable person. So even he could not do. So these three categories specifically excluded from getting this section 10 2A. So if we go in these three things, 2, 4 and 5. 2, 4 and 5. Yeah. So the answer is B. So these people cannot opt for composition despite the enhancement of the scope. Clear? Very, very good. Let's move ahead. Then the option lapses from the day you have exceeded your turnover. Disadvantages are two. If I am already paying at low rate, मैं already वो composite rate पे भर रहा हूँ ना, 18% तो normal rate नहीं भरना है, 1% I have to pay. You know, all those rates given their rates of this 5% etc. I'm paying at such low rate. So then they are saying don't take the credit of ITC. Shall not collect tax from the recipient and shall not be entitled to take any input tax credit. I am already paying at reduced rate, so the ITC cannot be taken and I cannot even collect that tax from the customer. So two disadvantages have been given. So if it is 1%, so I have to pay 1% out of my pocket. I cannot transfer the burden to the customer. So on the invoice, the customer, no tax will be shown for the customer. Penal provision. So we have finished all the subsections for this as well. Okay. Now when we say turnover they've given the definition is under section 2 subsection 6 aggregate turnover. Remember the code word TIEE. So taxable supplies. When I said aggregate turnover means what? Total turnover. So total turnover of all taxable goods, of all exempt goods, of all export supplies and interstate supplies. All of this you have to add together this, but you will exclude the taxes, GST tax. Simply I'll explain. If I want to calculate the turnover, turnover कितना है? Aggregate turnover, total turnover. So I will see total turnover means sales of मैंने यहाँ पे बेचा लोकल में तो टैक्सेबल वाले काउंट हो जाएंगे, इंटरस्टेट भी काउंट हो जाएंगे, एक्सपोर्ट भी काउंट हो जाएंगे और एग्जेम्प्ट भी काउंट हो जाएंगे क्योंकि सेल तो हुआ है ना, एग्जेम्प्ट का भी तो सेल तो हुआ है. So for total sales I want to calculate, so all will be added. But if I am selling, should I also count the tax including the tax amount? No, so it shouldn't be including, it should be excluding the tax amount. So if I have sold something of 1 lakh and GST is 12% on it, I will not take 1 lakh 12,000 as turnover. Turnover is 1 lakh for the purpose of section 2 subsection 6. Okay. Then they've given you again certain conditions and restrictions for composition scheme. He should not be a casual, not taxable person. Okay, he has to put a board that he is a composite dealer. Now you have to remember there is a form for composite suppliers, composition scheme. Yeah. Okay, for registration, all these forms you have to remember they ask. And one important form I want to take you through for returns. So composition dealers, in return you have to remember it's CMP 08 is a quarterly filing form, statement for the tax self-assessed. So the due date for filing CMP 08. I is for interstate. So T is for taxable, I is for interstate, E is for exempt and export. Now returns pro chapter is there, but still I'll tell you in returns they have to file in GSTR 4. Okay, if I just take you to the return provision now only. If I just take you to the return provisions, return GSTR returns is your I stands for interstate. Very good. See, now in returns, remember this part. Since we are doing composition scheme now, remember this part. Okay. Take a screenshot, write it down now only. That GSTR 4 is a return for composition dealer. It is to be filed once a year from 30th April following the relevant financial year. So GSTR 4. So now if I go to see in the exam question, okay, if I see what all composition other questions they have asked. Section 10, okay, contains a provision regarding composition scheme with the objective to bring in simplicity and reduce the compliance cost for the small taxpayers. State which of the following is not correct who has opted for composition scheme. So which is not correct? This is correct. So they cannot issue a tax invoice. They will give something called as a bill of supply. Their invoice will be called as a bill of supply. Important, note it down. Last day for payment of taxes. Can anyone tell what is the answer here? What is the answer? Put it up here. So whether the last day for payment of liability towards the interest, penalty, etc. is 18th of the following quarter. So if I go here, it is to be paid. So composition scheme dealer is required to file a return in GST CMP 08 within 18 days of the month succeeding the quarter. So 18 days. So this is correct. This is not correct. So which of the statements is not correct? So this statement is not correct. Clear till here? So that you can read it up. CMP 08 and for returns the form number is GSTR 4. Now we are done with composition scheme. Let's see in the other. So we have done all the this of composition scheme. Yeah. Now furnishing returns again. Furnishing returns GSTR 4 is the answer. GSTR 4 for composition dealers. Always remember this. Write it down. CMP 08 by the 18th and GSTR 4. Now we are done with composition scheme also. We are going ahead to the next part now. That is your exemptions. Okay, so we've also covered all the other part as well. Tonight only you have to finish your entire part B and sleep so that you're relaxed. You can study direct tax and start your SBEC from tomorrow. Today one day you have finished this. Okay, now save. Okay. Now let's start with exemptions quickly. Okay. So we are done with section 10. Now we are moving forward. Now exemptions under GST. Now if government wants, they can exempt a few things from tax as well. Okay. Section 11 subsection 1 gives a general exemption which is applicable to everyone. 10 subsection 2 is for a specific case or a specific transaction where they give a exemption. Now there are different kinds of things. When we say exemption, it will be called as exempted goods. So if the government issues a notification under section 11, it will be called as exempted goods. So though it is written that the rate of tax in the tariff table, it might be written it is 12%, 15%, but the government can issue a notification and calling them as exempted goods. So then GST will not be applicable. Clear? This exemption could be complete exemption or partial exemption. So government can say that if the rate is given 20%, give them 10% exemption. So that exemption can be given. So exemption is there. Then comes nil rated goods. Nil, like for example salt. In the rate card only, in the tariff table only, it is written as zero rate. So there is no question of tax being levied. Zero rated goods are export supplies. In export supplies, what happens? Zero tax is taken, but they also get a reimbursement of the tax that they have paid earlier. I'll explain. Non-GST goods are your alcohol, your petrol, so which are outside the ambit of GST. Outside GST ambit are called as non-GST goods. So let me explain. Exempted goods, and I'm explaining zero rated goods. Zero rated goods. Now understand, in exempted goods, the output tax is zero. In zero rated also it is zero. Tax nahi lagega. Zero rated goods are export supplies. Now output tax नहीं लग रहा है, but हो सकता है मेरे raw materials पे purchases पे तो tax लगेगा. So on my purchases, I have paid input tax. Input tax is a tax on purchase. So let's say I have paid 10 and you also have paid 10. And I want to take a credit. This is an input tax credit I want to take. So here I want to take a set of whatever tax paid earlier, I want a refund of it. In exempted goods, government doesn't give any refund. They say that see, आउटपुट पे नहीं लगाया ना, जो पहले भरा है वो आपको बेयर करना है. आउटपुट पे भी लगा देते हैं तो फिर आपको और प्रॉब्लम होता है. ये तो एटलीस्ट वन बेनिफिट यू गॉट. For export supplies, government is much more open-hearted. They are much more happy. They give a refund of this. They give a refund. So 10 will be refunded. Clear till here? So 10 will be refunded. ITC credit will be given. ITC is available. So only difference between exempted and zero rated का tax paid earlier is also refunded. So you tell me which is more beneficial. Exempted goods are more beneficial or zero rated goods are more beneficial? Which are more beneficial? Exempted or zero rated? Put in the chat box. You would want to have the provision of exempted goods applied or zero rated? Very good. So the answer is zero rated supplies are much more beneficial. Okay, then they've given you exemption list. A exemption list is given where I told you section 11 government can issue a general exemption. So they will issued a lot of general exemptions which I will take you through. Okay, ऊपर से really quick. Okay, very good. Now let's see. In finals, CS professional level, there are a lot of sums on this. In executive, there is not much. So simply you have to identify that exemption has been given in charitable, religious, healthcare, all these sectors they have given, educational sectors they have given. So for example, for charitable activities, if you're having a dispensary, you're having yoga, spirituality, or promotion, all of that, it will be exempt. If you're having an old age home, it will be exempt. I'll take you to educational units. So if a hostel is there, so for educational units they get exemption of educational institutions, of transportation, of staff, etc. is exempt. Catering, food in hostels, dry cleaning, housekeeping, admission or conducting of exam, your exam fees, all of that will be exempt. Same way in healthcare, they've given you, if you are giving healthcare services to treat any abnormality, birth defect, deformity, note it will be there, but it does not include hair transplant. If you want to do hair transplant, GST is applicable. Then they've given you for religious purpose. Now religious things also, sometimes a lot of exemptions have been given. So any charitable or religious entity which has been registered with the income tax authority, it will be exempt. If you want to conduct a religious ceremony, like say there is a some puja or a kind of a you want to hold a ceremony for marriage, etc., all of that is exempt. Now if you want to rent out a religious place, okay, sometimes you want a marriage hall, so if the room rates are lesser than 1000, it is exempt. If the marriage hall is lesser than 10,000 rupees a day, it will be exempt. And if you are renting out a shop, then it is less than 10,000 a month. In all these cases, it will be exempt. So even for Hajj or a Kailash Mansarovar religious pilgrimage, it gets exempt. Okay, so this right now, just remember the room rate is less than 1000, exempt. Again, marriage hall or a shop of 10,000 rent, 10,000 तक है तो exempt रहेगा. Not very important for you. Now let's see what they have asked for these questions. Then even for government, so you can read this exemption notification once. See here, services by education institutions that are being notified are exempt, provided that an educational institution is exempt. Now all these things, all of the above, they are giving dry cleaning, transportation to staff, security services, etc. by a education institution, they are all exempt. This was about exemption. Now we will start with time of supply. Let's see in the other paper if there is anything for exemption. Exemption sums are there or no? Which of the following is not covered under exempt supplies? So you have nil rated, non-taxable, exempt under section 8 or 0 rated. Which is not covered under exempt supplies? So this is your June 2021 paper. Put it in the chat box. What do you think? What is the answer from here? A, B, C, D. What is the answer according to you? A, B, C, D. Which is not covered under exempt supplies under UTGST. So 0 rated. 0 rated, it won't be there because obviously we are talking about export supplies here. So this, understand why 0 rated is given in IGST Act, okay, because it is IGST is connected with outside state supplies, right? So it is about interstate supplies outside the state. So they deal with exports. So zero rated is mentioned in. Very, very good. All of you all have answered correctly. Now, just before I start, there was one provision that I wanted to tell you. Delhi, yeah. So this I had given, but then I recollected. This is given Chandigarh. Chandigarh is a proper state. Chandigarh is a proper state. So the answer here will be which of the following is outside the provisions of UTGST. So Chandigarh is a state. So this answer will be Chandigarh. All the others are union territories, though Pondicherry and Delhi they are union territories but will be treated as states. But if a proper state is there from here, this is a more correct answer. Chandigarh will be the following union territory. The provision of UTGST will not apply. Answer is Chandigarh. Now we will start with the time of supply sums. Time of supply sums. Okay, time of supply of goods, services, everything together. We will start and we will finish. Time of supply of goods. In the past exam questions, time of supply sums have come in every attempt. Minimum 3 questions have come. Minimum 3 to 4 questions have come for time of supply. This is of goods. I will also do services now. Of services also we will cover. Of services also we will cover. We're going to do time of supply questions. But before we start, I wanted to revise all your provisions of time of supply because we will be solving the exam questions also. And value of supply will be next. And value of supply also is a confirmed sure shot GST question will come. And after that there is ITC. So now the next 3 topics that we will do, there is confirmed questions that are going to come in your exams and we will be solving the past exam question. Now before I start, we will take a break. You have to just go back and revise all your provisions. Okay, then we will solve the exam question. And second, remember Customs Act. I have covered full Customs Act. You just need to go to YouTube, search Customs Act Marathon CS Executive. My video will be there. I have covered every single thing with the past exam questions, including the sums and the notes for those marathon notes for customs. I will put in the WhatsApp groups and the Telegram group. So please do join that. I will see you all at a specific time, a little longer break because after that it will be a very long stretch session. So I'll see you all at 9 p.m. directly. Clear? You have to revise time of supply, value of supply and ITC provisions. 9 p.m. we meet. Okay, so there is a break. Am I audible to you all? So we will be completing one very important which confirm comes in your examination, which is the time and value of supply. Okay. So time of supply is a guaranteed question which comes in your exams. I will be solving that including the past exam questions. So good to go. Can we start? Can we start? Just waiting for your confirmation. Okay, can we begin? We'll be solving the sums on. Okay, great. So let's begin. Now keep a calculator with you because from now on, whatever we'll be doing, there are a lot of sums involved, and these sums can help you score full marks. It is very simple. Okay, so now let's begin with the time of supply. Now, if we have to see the provisions given of time of supply, section number 12 talks about the time of supply of goods. Section number 13 talks about time of supply of services. Section number 14 talks about change in rate, and section number 15 talks about value of supply. Now, if we see the first 12, 13, 14 are about time of supply. So let's see. So what is the time of supply? First we need to understand that. Now let's understand in simple words. So normally what happens in a transaction, in whenever we purchase something, there can be multiple events. Okay. For example, the invoice has been raised on this day, payment has been done on this day, goods have been delivered on this day. Can you tell me at what is the time of supply? Because whatever is selected from that day becomes the time of supply is there, then the due date will be calculated for payment accordingly. Matlab kya? Let's understand. I'll explain in simple words. एक transaction के अंदर, in one transaction there can be multiple dates, right? कभी purchase किया, कभी invoice बना, advance payment हुआ, part payment हुआ, goods deliver हुए. तो during that time, whenever we come to know which is the exact point in time when supply is given, if we determine, for example, that April 15th is the time of supply, if we decide this, so accordingly the due date for payment will be calculated from here. So therefore finding the time of supply is very essential to determine the date of payment. अगर यहाँ पे हो गया तो तुम्हारा पेमेंट जल्दी यहाँ से कैलकुलेट हो जाएगा द ड्यू डेट. If it is here, it will be calculated from here. So from what should I take? The government has given you rules. So let's see the first one. Section number 12 talks about time of supply for goods. This talks about service, and this talks about change in rate. First, I just want to understand, have you understood the meaning of time of supply, or should I make it more simple? Time of supply is that point in time where we will believe that supply is given, that supply is deemed to be given. Rules have been given to find that date. एक बार वो डेट मिल गया, वहां से हम लोग बोलेंगे सप्लाई आज हो गया, तो तुम्हारा ड्यू डेट नेक्स्ट मंथ है फॉर पेमेंट. So if I come to know that the time of supply is in January, I can say that on Feb 10 I have to make the payment. Or if I came to know the time of supply is in February, then I know that the time limit to pay is in the next 10th of the next month. So due date is calculated from the time of supply. Next, time of supply for goods. Let's see. They have given you 5 subsections. First, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have given you 6 subsections. Remember one thing, that time of supply for goods or time of supply for service your these points will be same. 1, 4, 5 and 6 is all the same. Only these two change. In service, 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, 1, 4, 5, 6 is same. If you just see, I will show you. So only these two we need to know. Now let's start with the time of supply. Slowly we will do, including all exam questions, and every single exam question I want you to put in the chat box what is the answer, and I can give you assurance that like that sum only will come because we'll cover everything in time of supply. So get a book and pen and finish it with me. Section number 12. Section 12 subsection 1 says liability to pay tax shall arise at the time of supply. कि liability टैक्स भरने की कब आती है? जब टाइम ऑफ सप्लाई होता है. इसलिए टाइम ऑफ सप्लाई ढूंढना बहुत जरूरी है. दैट इज वाई finding the time of supply is very important, because whenever you decide, then your liability arises. Now how to find? They have given, if there is a forward charge. In forward charge, what do you mean? The supplier is liable. Okay, in this the supplier liable to pay tax, that is called as forward charge. So forward charge mein what is the time of supply? Let's see. It will be the earliest of the following. It will be the earliest of the following. Last day to issue the invoice under section 31, or your date of invoice. Earlier they had date of payment, but it has been removed. The GST is not applicable to invoices for goods. Notification number 66 2017 means what? If I am the supplier of goods and it is a forward charge, normally all the cases the supplier is liable to pay. So the time of supply will be earliest of last day to make the payment as per section 31. We will have to read what is section 31, and date of invoice, whichever is earlier. Very simple, very easy. Okay. Now let's see what is section number 31 saying. Section number 31. When we go to section number 31, it gives you different dates. It gives you the last date for section 31 is concerned with the last date for invoice. So normally if there is movement of goods, agar goods move hone wale hain, so then the date of removal of goods. If there is any other case when there is no movement of goods, then the delivery of goods. Okay. So let's understand the situation. If the goods are going from Maharashtra, in Maharashtra there is a supplier and they are going to in Gujarat, and in Gujarat there is the recipient. So in such case the goods are going to move. There is going to be a movement of goods from one place to another. So whenever there is a movement of goods, the invoice shall be issued on or before the removal of the goods. So whenever the goods have been removed, dispatched at this point, that is the last day to issue the invoice. वही हम लोग डाल देंगे ऊपर. We'll compare with the date of invoice, whichever is earlier. In any other case, delivery of goods. So let's say if it is a over the counter sale, you went to a shop and you bought. So there is no movement of goods, you directly bought. So whenever it is handed to you, that is the last day to issue the invoice. Clear yahan tak? This is the most important provision that comes. So last day to issue the invoice as per section 31. So you'll have to see whether there is movement or no movement. Agar movement hua to dispatch ke time pe. If there is no movement, then at a time when we hand it over. And we compare it with the date of invoice, whichever is earlier. Till here it is clear. Write it down with me. First I will explain you the provisions, then we will do the sums, and trust me, you will be able to solve each and every sum. Just give me 15 minutes of your time. Okay? Undivided attention. It is a 100% short exam question. If at all there is a excess payment, okay, sometimes up to rupees 1000. If instead if the bill suppose is 19,000 or the bill is let's say 19,500. So if it is between dealers so then they just make a payment of 20,000. 500 rupees excess payment kar dete, we will say we'll adjust this 500 in future trades, in future transaction adjust kar dena. So then for this 500, this excess payment that you made up till 1000, uska date of time of supply will be at the option of the supplier, the date of issue of the invoice with respect to such excess payment. Means I paid 1000 rupees extra, छुट्टा नहीं था, I didn't have 20,500. I say रख लो यार 20,000 रुपए रख लो, keep 20,000. 500 excess. This 500 excess, when I buy some goods, I bought some earphones. Then in future, whenever I ask you, whenever you issue that invoice in future to me, for that 500, the due date will be when you have issued this extra invoice in future. Clear? So for this excess amount which you paid up to 1000, the date of invoice with respect to such excess amount. Next, whenever there is a payment made and you have to calculate the date of payment, always remember the payment will be earliest of when it is hit in the books or credit in the bank account of the person. Now I'm just telling you the provision. Slowly you will understand. Okay, so you have to be there with me till the very end. अगर पेमेंट डेट बोला, पेमेंट के दो डेट्स होते हैं, एक मैंने एंट्री कर दिया और एक एक्चुअल पेमेंट तुम्हारे अकाउंट में क्रेडिट हुआ. सो इन डेट ऑफ पेमेंट, if they have given you that a book entry has been done and actual credit, so we will take date of payment as whichever is earlier, whether you've entered in the books or you've actually credited in the bank account. So whichever is earlier will be computed as the date of payment. All you have to pay attention in the sums, everything you will have to answer. Okay, in reverse charge section 12 subsection 3, they have said it will be the earliest of the following. Now think from a recipient point of view. In reverse charge, who is liable to pay? The recipient liable to pay. Liable to pay, right? So whenever the recipient is liable to pay, what information he has, मैं अगर recipient हूँ और मेरी liability है पे करना, तो मेरे को पता होगा कि when I receive the goods, when I made the payment, an invoice if it has been issued, so I get 30 days from the date of invoice. Okay, while calculation you can say date of invoice plus 31 days in the when we are calculating. Okay, so it will be date immediately following the 30th day, immediately following in the next day. So date of invoice plus 30 days. In the this we will always read as 30 days. While doing the sum we will see as 31 days. I'll explain that point also. In case of vouchers, very simple. अगर आजकल ये सब Amazon के gift vouchers होते हैं, अगर if it is identifiable that for whom you issued, for example, if I have given a Rolex voucher to you, Rolex voucher, we can identify the supplier. So then in this it will be the date of issue. So whenever it is issued, that time only the GST has to be paid. If it is in all other cases, when I don't know that who is the supplier, who is going to be the supplier. Example, Amazon gift cards. So I have given you Amazon gift card of 10,000, but we don't know where you will use, right? What you will go and buy. So we don't know when you will, at the date of issue, we don't know which supplier you will buy from. So in that case, the time limit is date of redemption. If it is identifiable, date of issue. If it is not identifiable, then the date of redemption. Residuary cases is given, and interest, late fees, etc. If I have charged late fees, supplier has charged late fees, whenever that late fees has been charged, on that also GST will be levied. It has been given in value of supply also. कि extra supplier को तो मिल ही रहा है. So whenever this extra amount is charged, the date of the time of supply for this will be when I have received such extra payment. Okay. So we've done section 12, subsection 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Liability to pay arises on the time of supply. Forward charge, what they've given you, two dates I need to know. The last date under section for issue of invoice under section 31 and the date of invoice, whichever is earlier. Reverse charge, what was the provision? In reverse charge there were three dates. So in reverse charge we were taking as a recipient, what all I will know? When I receive the goods, what else I will know? Invoice date plus 30 days. So 30 days from the date of invoice, another date I have to see, and one more date. I have received this and when I made the payment. So earliest of these three dates we will take for reverse charge mechanism. Okay. So these two are important. In vouchers, if it is identifiable or it is not identifiable. If it is identifiable vouchers, then from the date of issue. But if it is a non-identifiable voucher, I don't know who the supplier is going to be, then from the date of redemption. Residuary case is not important, and then in late fees etc. when you receive such excess payment. Till here it is clear, yes or no? I want you to put yes. So plus 31 days. So the language they've said is the 30th day following the day. So day immediately following the 30th day. Till here it is clear, yes or no? I want you to put in the chat box, is this very simple and clear or no? In this what they've given, section number 31, the last day to issue the invoice is if you have to see whether movement is there of goods or there is no movement. If movement of goods are there, then the date of removal. And if no movement is there, then the date when it has been delivered to you or handed over to the buyer. Can you take a screenshot of this or write it down in your books? Please do that. Right now, provision thoda sa bouncer bhi jayega, but when we do the sums, everything will be clear to you. Now quickly moving ahead. Okay. So time limit has been given. So for continuous supply also they have given you. And approval basis they have given you. Again, so you can read this. I'm not going on that important, but it is important for you to do. Okay. So right now I'm just talking from how much has come in the exam. Now we are doing the practical questions. I want you all to put in the chat box the answer. Okay. And I'll show you so simple. It is so simple that you will smash the like button. Okay. If you find it very simple, after my explanation, you will not hit the like button, you will smash the like button. Okay, so let's see. Time of supply of goods, then we'll do the exam questions also and you need to tell me. Okay, time of supply of goods, supply when it involves movement of goods. Okay, determine the time of supply in each of the following independent cases with the provisions as per section 12 where it involves movement of goods. Okay, so date of removal, for this I need to know kya provision hai. What is the provision? Last day to remove as per section 39 or date of actual invoice, whichever is earlier. Rest nothing else matters to me. So date of payment doesn't matter. Date when the goods have been received, date of invoice, date of removal. Okay, so which we will see. One, so we require date of invoice. So this we will take, and we require it involves movement of goods. So if it involves movement of goods, then we take the date of removal. So this also is out. These two, whichever is earlier. ये दोनों में से कौन सा early है? ये early है. ये दोनों में से कौन सा early है? Second में से. This is early. In these two, which is, so both are the same. So you go and see, the answer is that only. So that is the answer as well. So 110, 110, 411. See this. 110, 110 and 411. Found it simple? Complete part B. Part B of what? Okay. Now, time of supply of goods which involves movement of goods. Now, please tell me what is the answer from here. Okay. Time of supply of goods. I require, there is movement of goods, so I will take invoice date or last date to issue the invoice as per section 31. So when there is movement of goods, I require movement में कब होगा? From the time of removal. So date of payment doesn't matter. These two, okay, is there. So in these two, which is earlier, 15 or 10, this, so this is early. In these two, which is early, this is early. So if you see, the answer will also be like that only. Found it easy or no? If you know it, you will smash the like button. Now, when it involves movement of goods, so similarly you will be able to do the sums. I will take you to the एक और ले लेते हैं, just in case you get confused etc. Whether it involves the movement of goods, so time of supply in independent cases when it involves movement of goods. So when it involves movement of goods, we will take the last date under section 31 or the date of invoice, whichever is earlier. तो देखते हैं कौन सा है. इनवॉइस डेट तो चाहिए, इनवॉइस ड्यू डेट. ओके, पेमेंट डजंट मैटर एट ऑल. सो इनवॉइस ड्यू डेट विल टेक. सो इन दिस विचएवर इज अर्लियर. कौन सा है अर्ली? दिस. ये दोनों में कौन सा अर्ली है? दिस. फाइंडिंग इट सिंपल और नो? 10, 9 and so the answer is 10, 9 and this. Okay, so don't. So time of supply is 10, 9 and 18, 9. Clear till here? Finding it simple. And also for those who have not liked the video till now, wait, don't like it now. When you see the exam questions and you can solve the exam questions without my help, then you smash the like button. Okay. Now, when it does not involve movement of goods, so when it doesn't involve movement of goods, what is the provision? Last day under section 31. But last day में क्या था? When it does not involve movement of goods, what we will take? The date of receipt available to the recipient, this, and the date of invoice. Date of payment doesn't matter only in goods. Okay. So we will say which is earlier, this is earlier. Which is early, this is early. Which is early, this is early. Okay. So see the answers also are 210, 110, 411. How simple is it? Very, very simple. Okay. Now we are coming to your test, and my test of teaching is on stake. Okay. You all have to give the answer. This is your, I will do all the exam questions for time of supply. Every single which is there in the last attempt, last to last attempt, last to last to last attempt. Okay. And you have to answer the question. ABC Limited under a contract is goods to be delivered to the factory of XYZ. So there is movement of goods. The goods were removed on this date. So the removal date is important, and were delivered. Delivered doesn't matter. Date of removal. The invoice was issued on this date. Payment doesn't matter. The time of supply will be. Please put in the chat box last date under section 31 or date of invoice. Put in the chat box what is the time of supply. What is the time of supply? A, B, C, D. What is your answer? Fast. I'm doing exam questions now for time of supply 110%. People are answering B. B. Which is earlier? 9 September or 18 September? So it will be 9 September and you get your 1 mark completely done. Sorted. This is exam question that we are doing. Next exam question is your, okay, in front of you. Choose the correct alternative. I want you all to put in the chat box, okay, what it is. ABC Limited supplied goods to XYZ under the contract to be delivered. So whenever there is a delivery delivered on this date, it was removed. So we'll take the removal date and the invoice date, whichever is earlier. Payment doesn't matter. In goods, payment doesn't matter. Which is earlier? What is your answer here in this case? 9/8 or 18/8, 2021. Quickly. Obviously, it will be answer A. Excellent, excellent answer is A. So you all are solving exam questions, okay, and you all are finding it this simple. Now let me take you to the last attempt questions. Let's see. Last attempt questions of time of supply. Now is a test for you. We have only done till goods, huh? So only goods you will be able to answer. For service I have not taught you. So let's see. Let's see. Time of supply. Which is of service or goods? Okay. Time of this is of goods. Okay. Kanpur wala you need to answer. This is of last attempt June 2021 question. Q Limited supplied goods to R Limited of Delhi. Goods were removed on this date and delivered on this date. The invoice was issued on 2/11 and the payment was received. What is the time of supply? Put in the chat box ABCD. What is your answer? This is a past exam question. Past exam question. Put your answer. Everyone's got it correctly. Perfect answer. These are exam questions that we are solving. Okay, and you're finding it this simple. Very, very good. Now we are going back. Time of supply in case of reverse charge mechanism. What is the answer? Time of supply in case of reverse charge mechanism. 30 days from the date of invoice, date of receipt. Okay, this is of services. So I'm not going there. I believe you can solve goods. Okay, now we will do services. चलो एक tough वाला, maybe I don't know whether you'll find it tough or no, but we will do time of supply. Let's see. Is it of services or no? It is of goods. Okay. Now this question I'm reading, you all have to answer. Ajay Limited is an agriculturist. So moment we say he's an agriculturist, remember that reverse charge applies. Cotton to Bhilwara textile. So it is of RCM, reverse charge mechanism. In RCM, you know what are the provisions? Details of the events are given as below. Placement of the order is on this date. Bhilwara received the goods on this date. Invoice was of this date. Payment by check is this. Amount credited is here. Which one will we take? Okay. What is your answer? So these are goods in RCM. So we will first take last date under section 31 or the date of invoice. So I go reverse. I first see what is the law. Then I will find. So I don't care for placement of order. That has no value. यहाँ पे जाएंगे भाई कौन सा है डेट ऑफ इनवॉइस, ये रहा डेट ऑफ इनवॉइस और लास्ट डेट इज अ डेट रिसीव्ड on this date. Okay, he received the goods and no other date is given, so we will take for RCM. What is the provisions for reverse charge mechanism? What are the provisions? See, for RCM what will happen, you will think that if it is a RCM from the dealer point of view, when he received the goods, so I will see the date of receipt. Date of receipt I will see when he received the goods. 1. Okay, date of receipt I will see, receipt of goods. Then he will see date of payment. In RCM for goods, payment is there. Okay, remember this. So remember RIP. RIP for this thing. Receive the goods, invoice plus 31 days and date of payment. This is their RIP. RIP. Date of payment. In payment they have said if it is been credited in the bank, and in the books of accounts. So whichever is earlier we will take. So this is my first date. This is my first date. Second, I will see payment is done. Date of invoice. So date of invoice is my other one. Date of invoice plus 31 days. So don't do the date of invoice wala now. Do it last if it is needed. Okay. Mostly zarurat hi nahi padega. Receipt of goods. Receive the goods. So this date. So this date is sorted. यहाँ से plus 30 days. अब whichever is earlier from them. So this I don't need to do any calculation. Why? Because 15 plus more 30 days तो आगे ही होने वाला है. We need as it is whichever is earlier. So it will be from these two. It will be from these two only. This or this. From this or this. So which is earlier? 12/5 or this? Answer is A. Answer is what? A. Have you understood this? Very good. Most of you all have answered that. So in RCM, you see the when you receive the goods, when you receive the payment and invoice plus 31 days. 30th day, the day following the 30th day. So this last part do only if it is required, which mostly it won't be required. ठीक है? आगे बढ़ते हैं. With the other stuff, let's see what else we have. So for okay, time of supply sums we finished. Now in RCM wale sums, remember I told you RCM provision we are doing, and now you have to answer for that along with the exam questions. Okay. So now determine the time of supply under section 12. If it is under RCM, in RCM I told you all to remember RIP. When you receive the goods, date of invoice plus 31 days and date of payment. So in this I will say whichever is earlier. So when did you receive? You received it. Receipt of goods is this day. Then date of payment. So date of payment whichever is earlier. So I will take this date. And date of invoice plus 31 days. Okay. Plus 31 days. So tell me, do I need to do this calculation? Whichever is earlier. So I know this 1st October का 31 दूंगा तो वैसे ही आगे होने वाला है. It is as it is going to be very high. Very further ahead. So not needed to calculate. So from these two I have to see which is earlier. Because ये तो as it is later होने वाला है. So I don't need to go further into that. So I will see this is the answer. Right? Fifth one. So the answer is B. Clear till here? Very, very good. Most of you all have got it correct. Now this is all I am doing is exam questions. The next one, find the correct alternative in RCM. In RCM, sir had told to remember RIP. When you receive the goods, date of invoice plus 31 days and date of payment. So date of payment will be whichever is earlier from these two. So when I go to see which is earlier, it is this date. Then I catch the receipt of goods and then I see the date of payment plus 30 days. Okay. Plus 31 days. So as it is, it will come in the next month, November. So that will be later. I don't need to further calculate. So from these two, I have to figure out which is earlier. So this is earlier. So your answer will be C. Perfect answer. These are all exam questions that you are solving so easily. Then again to the next one. This is the last one that we'll be doing. Then we'll go to the next section. Determine the time of supply under section 12. Okay, this is your reverse charge mechanism. RIP again, RIP. So can you all just tell the answer? When you receive the goods from here, which is earlier, this is earlier, and we'll see if this can go further. No, so this is still not, plus 31 is way ahead. So from these two, I think this is the, yes. So the answer will be 15th 11, right? Think. This is 1st November. Just a correction, okay? Now this is done. Now let's go ahead. This one last sum of RCM we can do and we can move ahead. Yes, so that was just a correction. Now time of supply. I want you all to answer, and then time of supply for goods you all are done once and for all. Okay. You will take RIP, date of invoice plus 30 days, date of receipt of the goods, date of payment, whichever is earlier. So you will say which is earlier from these two. This is early from these two, which is early. This is early from these two. This is early from these two. This is early. So from payment in books and debit in bank account, whichever is earlier will be date of payment. So payment is ready, date of receipt of goods is ready, and only if this we need to go, we will go. Okay, plus 31 days. So this or this which is earlier, this is early. From this and this which is early, this is early. From these two which is early, this is early. From these two, from this and this which is earlier, this is earlier. So first I found which is earlier from here, and then we will compare it with these two. So do I need to go 31 days ahead? No. So this is your answer for the first one. Then if I see this and this, again this will be your answer because ये 31 days तो बहुत ही आगे होगा. Then if I compare this and this, so this is your answer, and I compare the date of invoice and this. Okay, so this can be close, but this would still be in the next month, so it will be 18. So your 5, 10, 10, 18. So 5, 10, 10, 1st November. This and this, correct. So this is, sorry, so this plus 31 days if I add, so then this becomes the answer. Yes, exactly. So from these two, this is early. Then I compare it with the date of receipt of goods. So this is early, and from these two if I compare, then 110 is plus 30 days is earlier. Clear? So this is the calculation. Now we go to the next ones, which is for services. Okay, now we are going for time of supply for services. So once for goods is sorted, now let's do for services really fast and finish it. The time of supply is same. Here everything will be same. The 31 will say the date, the liability to pay is on the date of the time of supply. That is why finding the time of supply is important. For vouchers it is the same, residuary cases is same, and interest payment it is exactly the same. Only thing we need to know for forward charge what is here, and for reverse charge what is new out here. Okay, so we will go here in 2 and 3 only, which is needed. So here we have to first see into, we have to see whether is the invoice raised within the time given on the 31. So we'll go what is given in 31. If you read section, time limit to issue the invoice. In normal cases they have given 30 days from the date of supply. So pay attention, again you will only have to solve the sums. Okay, here I'm drawing this chart, you draw it, you will be able to solve every question. You will say that is invoice raised within 30 days, okay, of provision of service. If yes or if no. So is the invoice raised within 30 days? Last day to issue the invoice they've given here is the 30 days. So is the invoice raised within 30 days? If yes, then we will see the date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Invoice time पे issue कर दिया तो date of invoice and date of payment. If invoice is not raised within 30 days, then we will not take the date of invoice. We will take the date of provision of service or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Till here it is clear. First you ask the question, is the invoice raised within 30 days from provision of service? So within 30 days you've issued, it's a good thing. Then we'll take date of invoice and date of payment. Now let's see. And for associated enterprise, very very important, we'll come to that. In reverse charge mechanism, if there is a service and it is in RCM, then you have to remember what all points will I remember. I will know when I make the payment and the date immediately following the 60 days, means date of invoice plus 61 days I will take. So it will be earliest of payment date or 61 days from the date of invoice. Date of invoice plus 61 days, whichever is earlier, is for RCM. We will see this, remember that. In associated enterprise, they say associated means those who are connected, holding, subsidiary, etc. Then for that they've given a special rule which I feel it will come in your exam. It will come in your exam. Is the earlier of the two, when it hits in the entering the books of account or the date of payment, whichever is earlier. So where the supplier is situated outside India. For example, Tesla USA and Tesla India doing a transaction, for them, they are associated enterprise. For them, only about payment you have to see, that will be the time of supply. So what is it? Payment, you will see the date of payment here for normal cases, date of payment, and 60 days from the date of issue of invoice, whichever is earlier for services. That's it. So two things. Here the 30 days wala provision you will see, is the invoice raised within 30 days? Yes or no? If yes, then date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier, and no, it is not done, then you will say it is the date of provision of service or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Okay, in RCM, in reverse charge mechanism, they have given you I would know when I made the payment or invoice plus 61 days. Okay. However, if it is for associated enterprise, then we will say the date of payment in the books of account or in the books, or when it has been credited, payment when it has been credited, whichever is earlier. Can you take a screenshot of this? And then we will start solving the exam questions on this. And you have to tell, okay, पहले सुनने में बहुत सारा लगता है, it seems a lot more, but when you start doing the sums, you will know it very very well. Ready? Can we start with the sums? Let's see whether you know it or no. So this is your exam questions. चलो भाई बताइए क्या है सीन. वैल्यू ऑफ सर्विस. So सर्विस हो गया, मतलब सेक्शन 13 क्लियर यहाँ तक. Now is rendered on is rupees this much, value of this. Issue of the date of issue of invoice. Invoice is this date. Advance received this much and balance we've received on this date. What is the time of supply of service? So if advance भी होगा तो advance का उसी हिसाब से होगा. So let me show you. Time of supply of services. Time of supply in each of the following cases given here. Date of provision of service and invoice or challan date and date of payment received. From this date you have to first tell in the first case. So what is the provision? So the provision is for is the invoice raised within 30 days? Let's see. How do we solve it? So the actual provision of services on 10/11. Is the invoice raised within 30 days? Yes. So then we will take the date of invoice, compare it with the date of payment, whichever is earlier. So this is your answer. Till here it is clear. So 30/11 is your answer. Clear? So that 30 days wala time is there always. Now here we will see date of invoice. So first I will see, is my question only will start, is the invoice raised within 30 days? इनवॉइस क्या 30 दिन के अंदर बना हुआ है क्या? तो यहाँ पे है और ये इधर है. इज द इनवॉइस रेज विद इन 30 days? यस, 20 दिन में ही बन रहा है. तो द डेट ऑफ इनवॉइस देन आई विल टेक compare it with the date of payment whichever is earlier. So your answer will be 15/11/2017. See this, 15/11/2017. Next, if we go here, now with respect to part payment, between these two, first is this is the provision of service. Is the invoice raised within 30 days? Answer is yes. So date of invoice and date of payment, so whichever is earlier. So इसका और इसका part payment का अलग अलग होगा service में. So for this part payment ये होगा, this will be the time of supply, and in these two this is early. For this part payment this will be the, so part 1 payment this will be, part 2 this will be 30th November. See this, ठीक है. For this it will be 15/11, and for the second part it is to be treated independently only. Let's see next. अब ये तुम लोग बताओगे, मैं नहीं बताऊंगा, and then we'll quickly move ahead. For this one, for the fourth one, is the invoice raised within 30 days? Is the invoice raised within 30 days? Answer is yes. So then we will take the date of invoice and date of payment. Now payment दो time पे आए हैं, तो for this one whichever is earlier, so this will be, and in this one this is still early, so these two will be there. For the first part 6/11, for the second part 9/11. Okay, 6/11 and 9/11. Clear till here? Last, and then we'll move ahead quickly. Here, is the invoice raised within 30 days? Answer is yes. Invoice is raised within 30 days. Then I compare it with the date of payment, कि भाई पेमेंट कब किया था. तो ये अर्ली है तो इसको ले लेंगे, और ये इसमें ये अर्ली है तो ये ले लेंगे. So for the first part it's 6, for the second part it's 16. Okay, 6 and 16. Clear till here? Now exam questions, please solve. Now this I want you to solve. It's all exam questions, MCQ based question. Value of service is here, date of invoice is given here, advance received on this date, balance amount received this, time of supply of service. So what will be your first question before starting? First you know that it is services, will be section 13. So in section 13 they have said, unless they have said reverse charge तो अलग होगा, otherwise is the invoice raised within 30 days. तो भाई invoice कब है? It is on 5th September. Is services are rendered, date of issue of invoice, so they haven't given when, so date of invoice or date of payment. For this advance 20th, answers have also started coming. Very good. So first let me see date. For this part payment I will compare invoice and I'll compare with part payment 1, and in second I'll compare and part payment 2. So in this invoice date is 5th September and part payment 1 is how much? On 20th August. In this invoice is 5th September and part payment 2 is when? And 7th September. So part payment 1, the invoice will be August, and for part payment 2 it will be 5th September. So 20th and 5th September. 20th and 5th September. Very good. All of you all have answered very beautifully. These are all exam questions that you all are solving so easily. Okay, next one. Okay, so this is it. ये करना है क्या? Now RCM वाला भी कर लेते हैं. In RCM, what are the provisions whenever it is reverse charge? So this is it for forward charge. For reverse charge क्या scene था? For reverse charge, what was the scene? Okay, it was payment or invoice plus 61 days. So it is this one, and associated enterprise के लिए ये रहा. Okay, so now you need to answer this. You all need to answer. चलिए. Let's see. Now you all need to answer. Date of reverse charge mechanism. So in reverse charge, what was the provision? Date of payment or invoice plus 61 days, whichever is earlier. So let's see. I require date of payment first, payment, date of receipt of payment, and date of entry of in the recipient book. So whichever is earlier first I will take from here. This is earlier, and then I will see the date of invoice plus 61 days. So date of invoice is here plus 61. So I don't need to go in 61 because I know ये इधर ही आ रहा है. So the answer is what? Answer is what here? So generally वो जो 31 and 61 calculate करने नहीं आएगा तुमको, because बहुत ही आगे हो जाता है. So the answer is 30th September A. ओए. It's a service. Okay, its service is so for issue of service, it is the in RCM it will be the date of payment and date immediately following the 60 days, whichever is earlier. So let's see what are your answers. So quickly go into the next one where it is. Okay, this also we did. Calculating for service. So let's see one last time. We'll just do it again. Okay. So first we require date of payment and we compare it with date of invoice plus 61 days. Okay. So here if we see the date of payment received by the recipient and in the books of accounts. So then we take 30th September 2021, it's early. Here once payment is done, then we take the date of invoice. In date of invoice we see issued by the supplier is in 30th 11/2021. So plus 61 days, whichever is earlier. So I think there is some error in this. Date of invoice issued by the supplier plus 61 days and the date of receipt of payment. So payment has been received on 10/12. Okay, so maybe there is some error in this. Skip this. Let's go to the next one. From the following, determine the time of supply in case of services in case of reverse charge. So we take the recipients in the entry in the books, this or date of payment received by the recipient, whichever is earlier. So this is early. We compare it with the date of invoice plus 61 days. So this plus 61 days will be way ahead. The answer is 15/11 B. Clear? Same way if it is from a is this Okay, so we have done this. Let's see if we have any associated enterprise. Very, very important. In associated enterprise, how do you calculate? How do you calculate associated enterprise? We just take the payment whichever is earlier. So from this we will see when was the payment made. So date of receipt or service, date of invoice, date in the debit in the books of accounts, and date of payment, whichever is earlier. So this is 2017 will be the answer. Clear till here? So if you know the provision directly, then go and solve. So we are done with time of supply. Now we'll just see the exam questions, whatever it is there. Okay, time of supply. Okay, time of supply. We solve this. One is left. This will do in the end. Now we have one more thing. Now they are saying what is the time of supply in case of RCM. What is the time of supply? Now this is an exam question. Time of supply in case of RCM, 30 days from the date of invoice, date of receipt, date of payment reflected in the books. All of the above, whichever is earlier. If you remember, in case of supply, in case of RCM, what we said, recipient will see when he is getting 30 days from the date of invoice, date of receipt of goods, and date of entry in the books of accounts, whichever is earlier. So the answer will be D. So sometimes they give you this 30 days, so we will take that only just for that. But actually when you go to see in calculation, it comes to know is 31. Okay. Now what is the time of supply under RCM? What is the time of supply under reverse charge mechanism? So 60 days from the date of service, 90 days from the date of service, 60 days from the date of invoice and date of payment, whichever is earlier, 90 days. What is the answer? We've taken the date of invoice and date of payment, whichever is earlier. What is your answer in question number 12? Quickly tell me. Quickly tell. Very good. Answer is C. Then if I go to see the next one, if there is any other question on time of supply, no. Okay. Now one more question is given. It's little bit simple, but listen. Okay, you might find it difficult, but just listen to this. Okay. Surya Limited received an advance amount. Remember, for advance we had done up till 1000. We can say that you can take it whenever you receive that invoice for that excess amount of 2 lakh rupees from this thing against an invoice value of 1,90,000. तो 1,90,000 की चीज पे तुम्हें 2 लाख मिल रहा है, means you're getting 10,000 excess payment. The balance 10,000 on this one's request was asked that you adjust it in the next bill, and this next bill issue was issued on 3rd 2020. Time of supply for this 10,000. So whenever this invoice is issued, that will be the time of supply. So you will take 30th 3/10/2020. So for that excess payment, whenever that invoice is issued, that will be the time of supply. Now we are done with time of supply, all sums from the exam point of view also, and the past many attempt questions we have finished. Now we will do the value of supply provisions. Value of supply. Clear? So we are solving together all the questions which have come in the December 2021 and June 2021, and some few past exam questions also. Now we will start with value of supply. The value of supply provisions. Yes, I agree with 1,000 rupees whenever the invoice is issued, but here what is the case? They given 10,000, so it will be the normal provision only, that 10,000 will be there, but they have not given when पेमेंट एज इट इज एडवांस पेमेंट पे जीएसटी नहीं लग रहा है. So it is the invoice date or when you have received the goods. So that has come in future. They have not given when it has come. That is why you are taking this only. इसमें क्या रहता है नॉर्मल प्रोविजन में, इफ 10,000 के ऊपर नॉर्मल प्रोविजन लग जाएगा, 1,000 के ऊपर नॉर्मल प्रोविजन लग जाएगा. वो नॉर्मल प्रोविजन है क्या, उसको अप्लाई करोगे ना तो सेम डेट आएगा कि गुड्स कब मिले एंड दैट. सो अप्लाई द नॉर्मल प्रोविजन विल कम देयर ओनली. नाउ वी आर डूइंग द वैल्यू ऑफ सप्लाई प्रोविजन. ठीक है, वैल्यू ऑफ सप्लाई. So there is two more important things that are left, which are value of supply sums. Okay, now we are left with, let's see, now we are left with value of supply provision. Value of supply and the sums on value of supply. This is to be read. Now what we are doing, this value of supply is to be read okay. So I'll go a bit fast and then we will start with the sum but a little later. So right now I'll just brush up through the provisions quickly so you will be able to write. Okay, now the value of supply. Normally GST rate is applied on what? If I tell you the rate is 18%, तो लगाओगे किस पे? You will levy it on the value whatever. If you bought a laptop for 1 lakh rupees, you will levy on this 1 lakh rupees and then GST payable will come. GST payable will come at 18,000. Yes or no? Simple. Now they have given you certain provisions, what all is to be added in this value of supply and what all is to be excluded from the value of supply. So your provisions of value of supply is from section number 15, subsection 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Subsection 1 says value of supply is equal to the transaction value. So whatever is actually transacted between the parties, matlab buyer, whatever amount the buyer is paying is the transaction value, as long as he is unrelated and that is the only sole consideration that he is paying. So value of supply is the transaction value. They have given you certain inclusions, what all is to be included in the value of supply. Then they said what all is to be excluded from the value of supply. Then they give you valuation rules, which is different altogether, a little detailed. Now value of supply will be the transaction value. Transaction value is when they are not related and price is the sole consideration. What all is to be included in value of supply? All kinds of taxes other than GST. For example, if there is an entry tax or there is a green tax or there is custom duty, तो ये सब लग जाएंगे for the purpose of value, for the purpose to levy the GST. मतलब क्या? If I have imported the goods might be for 1 lakh, 10,000 rupees custom duty. So it is a tax other than GST. So 1 lakh 10,000 पे GST भरेंगे. So all taxes other than GST have to be included. any amount incurred by the recipient. It could be your packaging cost or any other cost, all of that will be covered. Incidental expenses, any kind of incidental transportation cost, etc. will be covered. Penalty, if the supplier is levying penalty, he is receiving money, so this will also be added in the value. और ये amount पे भी GST लगेगा because ultimately the supplier is getting money from the buyer. Private subsidies is to be added, government subsidy is to be excluded. So if I tell that, so this is clear. Private subsidy का example if I give you, if for example there is the price is rupees 100 and someone is saying एक काम करो, we are giving you a subsidy. Okay, private companies nowadays for this CSR purposes, corporate social responsibility, that is the section 135 of Companies Act, companies have some CSR funds to give. So let's say I tell the Casio citizen calculators that I will pay 10 rupees for the goods, you only charge 90 rupees, so you only charge 90 from the customers, 10 rupees subsidy the private company will give me, so ultimately you will get your 100. The buyers are paying 90 only. Buyers, children will pay 90 rupees only. 10 rupees that company will give, that's how Casio citizen will get this. So should this 10 rupees be added? Answer is yes, because it's a private company, private body doing it. So then the value will be 100 in this case. But if you see gas cylinders today, gas cylinder price is 1200. But government is giving a subsidy of 300. So this is, let's say, a government subsidy. Government is giving a direct funds to you, and that's how you're getting 1500 rupees. So per product, if it is linked to per product, let's say this is a gas cylinder. So I'm drawing a gas cylinder. So this is a gas cylinder, okay. Now what is the scene? This gas cylinder, this much the buyers are paying. Buyers are paying 1200. 300 rupees government is paying as subsidy to the Bharat Gas. Let's say I'm talking of Bharat Gas company. So what should I take as the value of supply? Should I take value as 1200 or should I take the value as 1500? Buyer is paying 1200, government is paying on behalf of the buyer additional 300. So Bharat Gas is getting, or HP is getting 1500. What is the value of supply? So then they said, since it is a government subsidy, it is not to be taken, only private subsidies are added. So value of supply in this case will be 1200 only. Clear till here? It will be 1200 only. Perfect. Very good. Okay. And discount is to be excluded. So any kind of discount. Today we go to buy mobile phone of 15,000. They say aapko discount mila 5,000. Only 10,000 rupees you have to pay. So GST will be only on 10,000 because all these pre-sale discounts where it is already been given, Diwali offer, etc. So discount is to be removed. And only on the balance amount what we are receiving is to be the this to be counted in the value. Now moving ahead. Once value is over, now value of supply is done. We'll be doing after value comes 16 onwards. 16 to 21 is your input tax credit questions. So if you know your value of supply, you know your input tax credit, then you will be able to solve the sums. And then one comes section 49. So these three if you do together, which we will do in a flow. So we will do section 15, that is value of supply, section 16 to 21 is about input tax credit, okay, and section 49 is about how do you utilization of credit, how do you utilize the input tax credit. If you do these three, these three provisions, you will be able to solve the exam questions of ITC and valuation. Confirm 110% it will come in your examination. 110%. There is no chance that it cannot come. Here, this I'm telling you, value of supply, ITC and section 49 utilization of credit is guaranteed going to come in your examination. Okay? So value of supply we did now. Section 15, one section. Now we will do your ITC provisions, input tax credit provisions. Okay, I will go a bit fast on input tax credit and cover only the important which is important from exam point of view. Then I will talk about ITC. Once I've explained all the provisions, then we will do the exam questions. Good to go? Good to go. Can we start? Yes or no? Can we start? Just waiting for your message. So then we can start with the ITC provisions also. Okay, and after I teach you and you can solve all the valuation sums including the ITC sums, you will not like the video, you will smash the like button. Okay, because these are something which not many people know, they find it difficult, and I'll make it very simple for you. Okay, section 16 to section number 21 we are doing now. That is your input tax credit. We'll do, which is your input tax credit. Now I will be going fast. Only those who have studied before will be able to understand, because if you are newly sitting to find it and etc., you might find it tough. I will explain to my level best, but prior knowledge little bit is needed. Okay, if even if you don't know, it's okay. I'll try to cover it properly. Okay, so we'll just take a short break. We'll take a short break and then we'll do the ITC provisions also. Okay, so we'll just take a 15-minute breather, because after that then there will be heavy provisions but very important provisions that are going to come. Okay, so we return back on. So y'all can revise your ITC, y'all can revise for y'all, revise the ITC provision, revise section 49, and then we will see whether we can solve all the exam questions or not. Your time of supply, I have covered every single sum, and I'm sure you will be able to attempt now. I'll be covering your ITC provisions. ITC provisions. So we'll return back at, we'll take a little break of 10:45 p.m. We'll return. Okay, so revise that and we will start. Okay, so that's it. We take a break. I think I need a bigger break actually. Need to breathe also. So let's say we'll return back. Fine. Around 10:45 we return. Hi guys, am I audible to you all? Just put in the chat box. Am I audible to you all? Okay, great. Yeah. So right now what I will do, I will completely finish ITC of really rapid revision along with section 49, which is also I'll go a bit fast, which is about utilization of credit. Okay. Now you have to understand sums come on these. So for sums, I will try covering. I'll tell you the provisions you will be able to solve on your own. But still, if you have want me to take on that valuation and ITC sums also individually sums and put in the message comment section, I will try just to take it before your examination. Today I will just complete the provisions real quick. So let's start with input tax credit. So firstly, ITC credit can be taken whenever I'm a dealer. Let's say I'm a manufacturer. So while I must have imported certain raw materials, just I'm going as soon as possible. I'll finish it off. Okay, I won't take much time now. So just sit with me and finish it off. Okay. So let's understand. If I am a manufacturer of a car, let's say I manufacture Tesla. So there will be raw materials that I must have purchased like tires, etc. When I purchased, I must have paid tax. Let's say I paid tax of 100 rupees. Then I must have hired certain technical experts called as input service. Input service is when I must have taken, while manufacturing the car, I must have taken services of engineers, of marketers, etc., of advisors. So I must have paid taxes on that as well. So let's say I have paid tax of 200, and then I must have imported a machinery that will help me manufacture the car. So that machinery also I paid GST of rupees 100. So if you go to see 100, 200, 300, 400. Okay. So 400 कौन है? Hmm. So input tax I have paid, that is all the taxes on my purchases. I have paid input tax of 400. Now, while manufacturing the car, I have paid input tax of 400. When I further sell it, I further sell these goods, so I must have paid, I will charge from the customer certain taxes like tax on sales will be, let's say, 1000. From my customer, when I sold the car, I took 1000 rupees. This is my tax on sales. However, on my purchases, inputs, I have paid input tax. So this was all my tax on my purchases, and I have paid how much? 400 rupees. So don't you think, will I pay the full 1000? I've collected 1000 from the customer. Should I pay this full 1000 to the government? Answer is no. I will take a credit of it. I'll tell the government, boss, from this 1400 also already I paid you earlier. I will pay you only balance 600. This is called as taking credit of the tax paid earlier. I have already paid the tax. So when I come get from the customer, I will tell the government, I whatever I have already paid, I am going to take a set off of that, and only balance I will pay you. That is called as input tax credit. So input tax means that you pay while purchasing, manufacturing the goods. It could be inputs, that's raw materials, capital goods could be final goods, that help you manufacture other stuff, and then you have services. They've given you the definition. What do you mean by input? Input means any goods other than capital goods. Input service means any kind of service that has been used to further sell, and capital goods is given. GST we calculate by tax, output tax minus your input tax. Your provisions are covered from section 16 to section 21, very very important. Section number 16 says the eligibility and conditions for taking ITC. So eligibility for condition of taking ITC, one person has to be a registered person, that's given in section 16. Conditions are, if I am taking credit, I should be in possession of a tax invoice. Okay, I should have received the goods and services, the tax should have been paid to the government, and returns have to be filed. So this is certain conditions that need to be complied before claiming for claiming ITC. If I want to claim a credit, I should have in possession of the invoice, my tax invoice which I have paid. I should have received the goods and services. I should have the tax should have been paid to the government. Then only I can take a credit. And lastly, returns. Then another important thing: if goods are received in lots, credit can be taken only on the receipt of the last lot. For example, if I have called for 5 lots of metal, so only when I receive the last lot is when I can claim the credit. Okay. Then moving forward to another important point. So when I have taken the credit of the tax, whatever I have paid, I have taken the credit of that. So I cannot claim depreciation. Means the benefit of depreciation can be taken or benefit of ITC. Either of the two can be taken. This you can read what is the time limit for availing ITC. Within this much time I have to incorporate within the GST portal. Due date of September or the date of filing new year, or due date of filing of annual return, whichever is earlier, from that time I have to claim it in and put it into my system. Only then I can claim the ITC. Okay, now right now just listen. Now this was section 16. Now if I go to section number 17, okay. Okay. Section 17 says apportionment and block credits. Apportionment means division. If you're using it for business, if I have paid tax on certain goods, and those goods I'm using partly for business, partly for personal goods. So only which I'm using for business purpose, I can claim ITC. Similarly, if I have certain inputs, I'm using it for some taxable purpose, some I'm using for non-taxable exempted goods. So credit can be taken only for those inputs which have been actually used for uh, out outward supply of taxable goods. So for exempted goods you can't claim. Then comes apportionment and block credits. In subsection 5, which is important. Okay, first, yeah. Now this is for the banking company. This is a past exam question also. For banking companies, they cannot apportion how much taxable, how much non-taxable they do. So what government has given them an option that if you want, you can take 50% credit and 50% ITC you can let go. Means if I am a banking company like HDFC Bank, so I am in the business of providing taxable services also and non-taxable also. When we do currency exchange, when we give credit cards, all those things. But in bank, FD, etc., it is all exempt. So a bank is involved in giving taxable as well as non-taxable. So whatever tax that they have paid earlier, they cannot apportion kitna kahan pe lagaya. So in that case, what they will do, they can claim 50% credit ad hoc rate has been given. However, if it is from one branch to another, 100% credit can be taken. Now let's go to the exam question on this. What was the exam question for input tax credit? Okay, input tax credit provision was here. Yeah. A banking company, this is the exam question. Okay, a banking company has 52,000 input tax credit. How much credit it can avail and how much would lapse? So 50% they can take and 50% would lapse. So what is 50% of 52,000? So it will be 26,000. So this would be there. So 26,000 they can take and 50% would be lapsing. So I told you, whatever credits are there for banking companies, 50% they can take credit and 50% it will lapse. Then block credits, very important. Expect an exam question from here. Very important. Block credits are all those credits on which you will not get. Okay. So they have given you this side of the table is all these items. It will not be available on all these exceptions are given where it will ITC available. They have given you some scenarios. All you have to read. Okay. So they have given you motor vehicle, insurance, etc. Now, if it comes on the left side, ITC is not available. So, if for my employees, I have taken food, beverages, beauty treatment, health services, cosmetic, plastic surgery. So, then ITC is not available. Okay. Unless government has said it is obligatory. For example, if government says you have to give catering services, so under the Factories Act, it is written that if you have a factory, you have to mandatorily give. So in that case, it will be there. So let's see the exam question on that. What has the exam question come on this? We're seeing the input tax credit, input tax credit. See, now they had asked a question on section 16 only, which we did now, relating to eligibility of ITC when input tax credit is available in lots. So what is the answer from your all these four? For lots, what I told you, what is the provision? That ITC can be availed upon the receipt of the last lot. Then again another ITC question, if we see here. So from section 17 subsection 5, from the following of inward supplies, what are not eligible under section 17.5 is given. So if you read it up, you will realize that food and beverages is clearly written that it is not available. See this. Food and beverages clearly written that it is block credits on this ITC is not available. So you have to choose the right answer. Then okay, then club benefits, travel benefits on vacation, works contract services, immovable property. Always on immovable property it is rejected, but when if it is for plant and machinery, it will be available. Personal consumption, all this is not available. Okay. So if it is lost, destroyed, stolen, uh, it was out of a demand raised by the revenue authorities. If it was under composition scheme, ITC is not available. Okay. Then we did section 17 also, 15, 16, 17. Now if you go to see your 18 section number is talking about availability of credit ITC available of this in certain cases. Now questions have come in the exam from here, where one point I want to show you, okay, which is important, which comes in the exam. So you need to learn the sums also for this. If I have bought a goods, okay, and these goods I have taken the credit, now without using the goods or maybe partly using the goods, I sell it. So what the government said that we give you credit benefit that you would use it fully, but in between if you are selling and the life of the asset is also there, then little bit you have to pay tax to the government. Okay, so how much they've given? Supply of plant and machinery after use, credit implication. So the registered person shall pay 5% whatever is the ITC taken less 5% for the quarter it has been used, for how much ever you used. For example, if I have 1 lakh ITC was there and I have used it for 3 quarters I have used, so then we will say 1 lakh minus less by 5% per quarter. So 3 quarters I have used, so 15% it would be reduced. This much I have to pay. Let's say it is 85,000. Okay, 3 quarters I had used, so 15% will be reduced. That much I have to pay back. Okay, or tax on the transaction value, whichever is higher. So we'll see kitne mein becha uska transaction value. Mark this as very, very important, and the sums on this are also very important. Again, I'll explain in simple words. Business assets after use are being sold. Plant and machinery after use is being sold. So what government is saying कि जो आपने बेचा उसमें से आपको पैसे मिले, you must have got some transaction value for selling. Tax, whatever is the rate, they'll give you GST into the transaction value, or ITC minus 5% for the quarter of the use, whichever is higher that you have to give to the government. Very simple. Then even this part they are asking a lot of questions on this part. You have to read this. Then coming to your section 19, job worker. In case of job work, what they are saying, if the principal has given it to the job worker, so the goods should be returned back within 1 year. If it is inputs, if principal ने job worker को goods दिए, so within 1 year it should be returned back. If only then principal can claim. If the goods are returned back within 1 year, if the goods are not returned back within 1 year, whatever credit has been taken will have to be reversed and the principal will have to pay it again. I am the principal, I give it to the worker to work, job work. कि भाई कुछ processing कर लो. I have paid for the goods, so I can take the credit. But if the job worker is not returning the goods only, 1 year हो गया, 1 year has lapsed, then whatever credit I have taken, government is saying तुमने goods दिए आ ही नहीं. So whatever credit I have taken has to be reversed. If it is capital goods, then it will the same thing. It will be 3 years. Okay, so if we have given for job work, goods have to be returned back. 1 year if inputs and 3 years for capital goods. So that is for section number 19. Okay. Now if I show you the exam questions on this, so let's see what exam questions have come. Job work. See, in job work, what question they have asked? Trade and this was given to on 1/6. The raw materials were processed. So raw materials. So we're talking about inputs. Within how many days a finished good should be returned back from the job worker? So the answer is 1 year. Clear till here, simple provisions. They have asked for job work. 1 year for within that much time it should be returned. Okay. Then now coming to, so we finished with the ITC overview real quick, and now we do with the payment of GST. Section 45. Now again section 49 also confirmed questions are there. Whichever section, even I'm giving you overview, means it is very important. You have to go and study it in extreme detail. So this is your section number 49. Now when I am a dealer on his portal 3 accounts are opened. Means GST portal, a registered person will have three accounts. One is a credit ledger where whatever taxes he has paid will reflect here. If on my inputs I have paid 10 lakhs, it will come here. How much I have collected will come here. Okay, so let's say if I have collected 1 lakh, I have to pay to the government 1 lakh. But I will tell the government, wait a minute, I have 20,000 credit available. I will pay only 80,000 to you. Now let's say 80,000 pay करना है, तो 1 लाख की लायबिलिटी थी, 20,000 का क्रेडिट पड़ा था, तो यूज कर लिया क्रेडिट, तो 80,000 तो पे करना है ना. तो 80,000 पे कैसे करूंगा? हाउ विल आई पे द 80,000? आई डोंट हैव एनी क्रेडिट्स लेफ्ट नाउ, so then I will have to deposit cash. Okay, so I have to deposit cash in my cash ledger, and from that I will pay. Now understand one thing, credit ledger can only be used to pay GST payment. It can never be used to pay interest, penalty, fees. This is very very important. Multiple times they have asked you questions that credit ledger can only be used to pay payment of tax. It cannot be used to pay interest, penalty or fees. For that I have to use my cash ledger. From my cash ledger I can use to pay anything. So let's see the exam questions on it. Okay, electronic cash ledger. Okay, we are going on cash ledger or credit. Wait, it's here. This is the exam question. So electronic here. From here, can you all tell me what is the answer to this 24th one? I wanted to put in the chat box what is the answer to this. The amount available in electronic credit ledger cannot be used for payment of. What is your answer? Answer is all of the above. We just read. Okay. Now, even if you see in the last attempt, what question has come? Electronic. Here. And we use. Okay. Very good. Now, going to the next quick one. Now, pay attention to this, okay? See, manner of utilization of credit. Manner of utilization of credit. The very first tax. Okay, so here you have your credit. You have your so let's read it. Okay, I'll read it out. Okay, so I'll explain. Tell me one thing. I just want to know from your point. If I put that we have a pantaloons voucher I have. Can I use it in Chroma? Can I use it in Chroma store? Yes or no? Can I use a pantaloons voucher in Chroma store? Yes or no? I want a answer from you. I want an answer from you. Can I use a pantaloons voucher in Chroma store? Yes or no? You all are saying no. Okay. That means every time a credit, a voucher also you have to see where you can use. This is also like a credit note we get, na? Credit note. Where you use also it is very important which credit note can be used where. Similarly, when you have paid tax, you could have paid IGST, right? You could have paid IGST. These are all your credits, and these are all your liabilities. So these are all your credits. You have a IGST voucher, thing like a Pantaloons voucher. This is like another thing, Shopper Stop voucher. This is like a different voucher. I have a credit. Now question is where can I use this credit and how I can use the credit. That is why they are saying manner of utilization of credit. You can't just use it anywhere the way you want. So there is a procedure, a method. First they are saying from all these vouchers which you have, credits that you have, the taxes that you have paid, you want to use it, right, to pay off your tax liability. So the very first voucher that you have to touch is your IGST voucher. IGST voucher. IGST voucher will first be used. This has to be completely exhausted. IGST को complete use करने का फिर ही दूसरे vouchers को touch कर सकते हो. तो IGST is like a universal voucher. It can be used any place. So first we always have to start with IGST voucher. It will first be used to pay off IGST liability. Then you can use it to pay CGST, SGST in any order, any proportion. मतलब एक बार मेरे पास में 1,00,000 का वाउचर पड़ा हुआ है और लायबिलिटी 30,000 है, तो immediately I will still have 70,000 credit level left. I can then use it to pay off CGST and SGST. So this is like that donor रहता है ना blood में, it can be used anywhere, universal. Then imagine if my credit of IGST is over, then I will pick up CGST voucher. I can pick up C or S, whichever. So now I pick up CGST voucher. CGST voucher will first be used to set off CGST liability. अगर बच गया, let's say this is 1 lakh and liability is only 30,000. So I will use it. Then the balance will be used to pay off IGST liability. C maybe it will, S will first be used, S voucher will first be used to pay SGST liability, and then if left it will be used to pay IGST liability. If you notice one thing, there is a very big conflict between C and S. C voucher can never be used again S, and S voucher cannot be used again C. So cross utilization, very important. Cross utilization between C and S is never there. You can never use a CGST voucher to pay off a SGST liability. Till here it is clear. So let's see. Here. So this you need to answer. Suppose one dealer is there, he has a SGST credit of 4 lakhs and at the same time he has a CGST output liability of 3 lakhs. Voucher पड़ा है उसके पास में credit का and liability C की है. How much he has to deposit in the cash? Can he use this voucher? Answer is cross utilization between C and S is not allowed. So you cannot use, even though he has a credit, but this credit is of SGST. You cannot use to pay, so he will have to deposit the full thing in cash. Clear till here? Then if I go to the next question, suppose one dealer has a IGST credit of 4 lakhs in the ITC and the same amount he has a IGST liability, this. What is the amount the dealer should have deposited in the cash to pay off his liability? Can you all solve this exam question? पहले ढूंढो credit कितना है, liability कितनी है. So a dealer has a credit. So credit he has of IGST 4 lakhs and at the same time he has a liability. Now उसकी liabilities देख रहे हैं. Liability, he has a IGST liability of 2 lakhs, then he has a CGST liability of 3 lakhs and he has a SGST liability of 5 lakhs. Till here it is clear? ये credit है but ये universal credit है, but order दिया हुआ है that first this will be used to pay off IGST liability. So he will first use to set off this. So this will be removed. So you will have only 2 lakhs left. Then this 2 lakhs he can use for these two purposes. So let's see what all options they have given. How much he has to deposit in cash. So he still has 2 lakhs left. So let's say he has removed, he can use any order, any proportion. So he can use 1 lakh here, he can use 2 lakhs here, he can use 2 lakhs here. Whatever it is, 8 lakhs की liability है, उसमें से 2 लाख वो कहीं पे भी यूज करेगा, उसके बाद में फिर भी 6 lakhs की liability बचेगी. Okay, so 6 lakhs भी ये लोग बोल रहे किस हिसाब से. So let's say he has used 1 lakh here, 2 lakhs and 25 lakhs तो नहीं, no, this is sorry, this is not 25 lakh, this is 2 lakhs. So 1 lakh he will use your 1 lakh he will use your, तो भी नहीं होगा. Then what is your answer according to you all? Okay. Next is 6 lakhs में 1 lakh आए, ये तो हो नहीं सकता, नील भी हो नहीं सकता, IGST भी हो नहीं सकता. So this will have to be the answer because liability of this will be used to fully set off this. Then 2 lakhs will be left. This 2 lakhs can be used to pay off this thing. So you will have 2 lakhs पूरा इसको उड़ा दिया, तो इसका बचेगा, और ये कितना है, ये 25 lakhs नहीं है, ये 5 lakhs है. So the answer is A. Clear till here? Then this one again, I want you all to do this sum. Okay, and tell me what it is. Take a book and pen, sit and solve and tell me what is the answer. So this is A B C D, थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे हो गया, but एग्जाम क्वेश्चन है, ठीक है, ये तो देखने की जरूरत ही नहीं, अपने खुद से ही कर सकते हैं. ठीक है. राधे एंड कंपनी registered supplier paying GST under the regular scheme. तो क्या है ये, लेट्स रीड, यू ऑल कैन ट्राई. Made interstate taxable supply. So this guy has made a supply of interstate of rupees 8 lakhs, and intra sale he has done of rupee 6 lakhs. ठीक है. CNS, तो यहाँ पे लगेगा CNS और यहाँ पे लगेगा IGST. ठीक है. ये लगेगा 9%, 9% और ये लगेगा 18%. आई एम जस्ट राइटिंग द फैक्ट्स ऑफ द केस. ही इज हैविंग अ ITC क्रेडिट अवेलेबल है, तो इसके पास में क्रेडिट्स अवेलेबल है ऑफ CGST he has of 30,000, and he has this other thing of SGST he has of rupees 20,000. Supplies are, all this supply was there, it is excluding tax. Amount of total tax payable as per this after availing the credit. So we have to find how much credit is available. So first I have to take C ka credit. I है नहीं, first voucher that I have to always pick up is I. If I is not there, then I will go to pick up the other one. So let's say पहले C को उठाते हैं, तो C को उठाऊंगा, it will be used to pay off C की liability. Okay, तो let's see 9% कितना आ रहा है इसका, 9 4, so 54,000 आ रहा है इसका, और इसका भी आएगा 54,000. करेक्ट. सो 54 ये लाइबिलिटी है. आई विल सेट ऑफ 30,000 योर, 30,000 योर, yes or no, 24,000 and 24,000. So what are they asking? Amount of 20,200. Very good. Answer is correct. Amount of tax payable as CNS after availing the credit. So can you put the calculation? So 6 lakhs and this. So this is correct, got it. और ये 18 लाख का तो कुछ पे करना ही पड़ेगा, तो ये कितना हो जाएगा 8 lakhs, कैलकुलेटर से 8 लाख का है इंटू 0.18 1,44,000, तो ये 1,44,000 IGST लायबिलिटी, और ये 24 कितना हुआ 48,000 का CNS की लायबिलिटी, राइट. सो 48,000 दिस प्लस 48,000. So this liability is how much? This is 20,000. Sorry, this is not 30. This is 20,000. So then this will be 34,000. 34,000 plus this. So we have correct. Yes. So 34,000 plus 24,000 plus 1,44,000. So you get 2,02,000. Thank God. Okay. So done. Already sleepy also. So this is it. That's how you solve the answer. And that is it. I'm done with the sums with of ITC, of value of supply, okay, and time of supply, value of supply. Now in value of supply, just let me take you through some of the sums which you will be able to solve. Okay, value of supply. Let's see the exam questions and you all have to tell me the answer. Okay. Okay, here the value of correct. So I think we've covered most of it. You will be able to solve easily. Now I'm done. That's about it. Okay. Wish you all the very best. Solve as many questions. Just be there in our Telegram and WhatsApp group. I will send some important questions solved as well. Okay. And I hope you have understood everything. I've covered everything. Though time was short, in one day covered quite a lot though. Okay. Thank you so much for your patience. Wish you all the very best and see you all in the next marathon, which will be of SBEC. SBEC, can you tell me which part should I take if I plan to take a marathon tomorrow? Which part of this do you want me to take? Part A, B, or C? SBEC marathon I'm planning to take, but can you tell me which part should I take first? A, B, C. Which one do you want? Most welcome. Which part of SBEC do you want me to take? I plan to take a marathon tomorrow. Most welcome. Which part of SBEC do you want me to take tomorrow? Quickly put in the chat box. Quickly put in the chat box tomorrow which part of labor law of SBEC do you want me to take? Part A, some people are saying part B. Quickly move ahead. Tell me more. So whatever option I get the maximum votes, if in the comment section are there, in the comment section also, once the video is over, please put in SPEC which marathon I'm going to take the marathon. So which part should I take? You want me to cover first? Okay. So that is it for today. please go ahead, share it with your friends, inform your friends. So many people don't know about the lectures. We take, especially I take lectures especially in English language so that it caters to all of y'all. Okay, many people do not find it very difficult, so I take it for y'all. You have, it's your job now to inform your friends about the lectures. Okay, so that is it from my end. Be in the Telegram and the WhatsApp groups. See you soon. Yes, so then I'll tell which one I'm doing. Just be in the Telegram and WhatsApp group and wait for the notification. Thank you so much. Do inform your friends to join into the marathon and subscribe to our channel as well. Take care. Good night.